the back cart there. We've got 6 items on our agenda. After each one, there'll be an opportunity for public comment. So if you're here for one of the items on our agenda, feel free to wait until that point, and we'll make sure we have an opportunity to hear from members of the public. First order of business, though, is to open up our meeting for public comment. Before we do so, though, I'll just comment, Chris Kukulski, our city administrator, had another engagement, but will be arriving midpoint in the meeting. So he'll be with us after we get into the, after we get through the first item or two. So anyway, this is an opportunity for public comment on anything that is on our agenda or not on our agenda. If you can't wait until we get into it, please feel free to come forward. We just ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes and tell us your name and address.
Hi, Don Vanica. I'm live out in the Heights, and I wanted to comment on agenda item number 4 tonight. And I know you said wait until, but
if you've got to leave, don't worry about it.
Well, I don't have to leave. It's just that I want you to be thinking about what I have to say while you're discussing it, rather than after you discuss it. It seems like everybody's in favor of the jail, the temporary jail, both the county and the city, and it seems like tonight you won't be voting on, or you won't be voting at all, but you won't be discussing on whether to build it or not. It's more on the funding, the city's contribution, and where that money will come from. And I'm wondering if private donations are possible, like with the rec center. There was a whole list of businesses and individuals who were willing to donate to that, and maybe they still are. I don't know the whole list, but I do remember my employer, Underwriter Motors, was willing to donate $500,000. Par Montana, $2 million, and you, Mayor, were willing to donate $500,000. So right there is $3 million, which is what's on the agenda tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. I'm David Iron. I live at 3133 Ben Hogan. I will stick around for item number 4, but I would like to comment. I represent an ad hoc group of citizens concerned about crime in the community. We've been meeting multiple times each week since the first work session at the library, trying to understand the current state of our city-county crime issues. Thanks to many of you in this room for taking time to meet with us. Those of you we've not yet met, we hope to chat soon as to your perspectives. Fundamentally, we believe to have a safe community must have a secure community. Therefore, we believe the tip of the crime problems can be most immediately blunted by focusing on arresting criminals and locking up criminals. So, we need to expand our police force year by year. The city budget should reflect this expansion annually until the force and support staff meet the requirements of the community. We need to assist the county in growing available jail space. We believe the city should invest in the county's proposed 72-hour misdemeanor jail. It may be unprecedented, but that investment begins to address the so-called broken window crime problems. As far as the investment in the misdemeanor jail, we know the negotiation numbers wax and wane between the county and the city. Y'all are very close. Please close that gap and show the community, the city and the county are on a course for solutions. We are aware of many other elements inherent in our crime problems. Over time, solutions to these problems are not insurmountable, and we will work towards solutions. But first things first, the city-county crime challenge. Have a police force to arrest criminals and have the space to lock them up. We intend to engage the county seriously in the jail expansion necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? And if there's anybody else, go ahead and make a little line there and we'll know you're ready to go. Go ahead.
Hello, I'm Lily Corning. I live at 3222 Redwood Lane. First of all, thank you all so much. Many of you have made yourselves available to answer my many questions when it comes to public safety. One of my goals over the last few months is to become as educated as possible I am a business owner in the community. I employ about 30 people at Caramel Cookie Waffle, and I'm a major taxpayer. I work at Corning Companies, which I believe is in the top 3 taxpayers of property taxes in Yellowstone County. And I so appreciate your care and concern over our tax dollars. What I'm wanting to say, though, is I fully support you closing the gap between the county and the city and using those funds to make sure we address this public safety issue. And the reason I bring that up is one thing you may not know is just how much money we are spending in a private capacity to both try to prevent wrongdoings, but also to remediate any property crimes. So for instance, this year alone, or excuse me, in 2023, we spent about $100,000 in private security, and we spent well over that in property crime remediation. And so that's vandalism, broken windows, people lighting cars on fire, vagrancy, et cetera. And we had over 55 instances of property crime, and I should tell you that we only called the police in one of those instances. And so when we hear these numbers that crime is down, property crime is down, maybe it is in what's being recorded, but in the effects to our business, we have not seen any alleviation whatsoever. And quite honestly, it just became ineffective to call the police. It would take too long. No one would be apprehended. And maybe in the case where like a building was caught on fire, we'd get $36 a month thereafter as an effort to make things right thereafter. But the one time we did call the police last year is when someone lit a car on fire at IHOP. Aside from that, we thought that everything else was best dealt with privately. So all to say that we fully support your use of our tax dollars to help close that gap and to push the county in the right direction here as an act of goodwill. And we're really excited to see what you guys do. Hearing the level of focus and brain power behind this has made us really excited. And we're excited to continue to help you in any way we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Michelle Johnson, out in Blue Creek. This is a non-agenda item, and it's about the highway. What I want to ask you guys to do is put some pressure on MDT. The commissioners, they requested a traffic study about 1.5 years ago, and MDT came back with a speed study, which was no significant change. Everything's going up to 50. I called the engineer today and talked to him a little bit, and they're only going to look at the intersection at Jellison and Blue Creek Road. They're not going to look at any of the others. The reason I'm asking you guys is because the city has Riverfront, Cedar Park, a bus stop on the highway, the landfill, and Briarwood. Those all come into that highway, and that's all city stuff. And so that's where I'm asking for your help. The commissioners did their part in asking for a safety study, but I think we need more. The engineer said if they decide to do something, it won't happen until 3 to 5 years later. I'm asking you to please ask MDT to make it a formal traffic safety study. In the last 2 weeks, there's been a fatality on the highway. The school bus was stopped for a truck that was stopped for the school bus. Well, the school bus was stopped, truck behind it, then a guy ran into that truck and died. Just a few days after that, there's been a 4-car collision at the intersection of Jellison and Blue Creek. So that's why I'm here, is just ask you guys to put it on your radar to send MDT a thing just saying make it formal. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Jeremy Vanetta, 5303 Rich Lane. I'm also the chair of the Board of Directors for the Billings Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here representing that organization. Earlier today, Dan Brooks, our business advocacy director, emailed each of you sharing the Chamber's position on the need for a short-term detention facility. First off, we want to thank each of you and your initiative and leadership in addressing the issues our community faces. It's the city that brought this forth and the idea. area to target public safety, which is arguably one of the biggest and most important to Billings residents and to Billings businesses. We're thankful that you're diving into this issue and doing the hard work for this 72-hour arraignment hold facility. Tonight, we strongly encourage you to see an agreement through to the end, finding the funding and working with the county to finalize a deal. We believe it's important to demonstrate to the community that our city and county can work together and address our public safety problems. Collaborating and completing this facility without increasing property taxes would benefit the upcoming heavier lift of a bond voting on a full jail expansion, which we've known for years is necessary. Understandably, some of you may be hesitant to contribute more funds to a facility that is the county's responsibility and jurisdiction. The effective double payment of city residents whose city and county property taxes would be funding the facility is a concern. However, we ask that you take a pragmatic approach, realizing the potential for a win-win in this important safety issue. We also support the request within the staff memo reserving beds for the Billings Police Department and imposing a deadline for the completion and opening of the facility. Perhaps the specific number and date needs to be adjusted, but we do believe those are necessary stipulations to ensure that the city has access in a timely manner to the facility it is contributing to. While it may not be appropriate or necessary to include an agreement, we also hope that you'll encourage the county to expediently implement the jail efficiency recommendations that come out of the jail subcommittee working on those items. You already know how impactful and beneficial it is to implement a suite of efficiency recommendations, having done so with the CPSM reports, which lead to improved processes, fewer resources needed, and better service to the community. Finally, getting our city's crime is of the utmost importance to the residents and to our chamber members. We believe, like many of you do, a short-term detention facility would be another positive step in reducing crime and making our community safer. We strongly urge you to get this deal done with the county, and we'll ask the same of the county as well, too. Thanks again for the hard work and initiative you're all putting into this. We really do appreciate all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment at this time? Any other public comment? Don't see any, so we'll close public comment period and move on with our regular agenda. The first item up is our code enforcement ordinance amendments. Staff and council members have been working on this for some time, so Wyeth and I assume Tina will be kicking that off once the PowerPoint comes up.
All right, yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm just going to start us off real quick here, and then Tina is going to walk you through the presentation. So a couple things. So why are we here? And we've spelled out quite a bit of that in your memo for tonight, but we have heard both from the council over the last few years since we passed the public safety levy and really increased code enforcement's resources and ability to work out in the community. The council's, has wanted to find out what else can we do? Are there things more that we can do to help be effective and have code enforcement be effective in the community? And so as we've heard those questions. We've also had our officers out in the community working with the codes and understanding how things work well and how we may have areas where we have challenges. And so we've heard from them as well. And then internally with our city legal, our city attorney, Gina Dahl, and deputy city attorney, Todd Korn, we've had cases going to court and we've been dealing with different issues. And so we've had really good input across also from our legal staff. So what we are bringing to you this evening are 3 sections of code that we're proposing changes to basically make them more effective to carry out the duties of code enforcement and to make the city safe and make neighborhoods more sustainable and deal with overall also with public safety. We also were able to have the opportunity before we came to you tonight to have a few council members join us to go through these just individual or separately before the work session. Councilmember Rupsis, Councilmember Owen had really good input from them at a little meeting a couple weeks ago. And so that's also helped to add some more input to this evening's presentation. And then I'll just mention as well that last night and then this morning, I guess, we received comments and questions from the mayor and Councilmember Neese. And so we also made an effort today to try to respond and provide some answers to some of that information to help with this evening's discussion. So with that, I'm going to have Tina go into the presentation. We would like to go through the slides here first and then have the council ask questions like on the nuisance code, on the boarded up structure code, and do it that way only because we believe that there's information in the slides that will help answer maybe some questions and kind of just get that addressed before we start to drill into individual sections. We do have the codes drafts available to pull up if we need to as well. So with that, I will hand it over to Tina. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Tina, and we'll hold our questions until you guys get through.
Yeah, that'd be great. It's a lot to cover. Just get going here. So basically, just to touch on what Wyatt said, just to set this up for all of you, you have a copy of the PowerPoint that we sent in your memo, as well as each of the ordinances. So the ordinances, those documents, are the totality of all of the things that Wyatt just spoke about. It's staff input, it's legal input, a few council members as well. So the proposed document that you're looking at started out as the existing ordinance, and I put all of that information in there. The color coding is red is everything that was existing language, but has been tweaked. Blue is brand new language. So I wanted to separate those because we did add some language. So we're going to hopefully start here, maybe. I always need assistance with that. Okay, it just needs your touch, it's just whatever. Yep, thank you. Okay, so we're gonna start with the nuisance ordinance. So I recommend that you guys follow basically along. What I did is I broke this down by section. So I could organize it in my mind and hopefully organize it in yours and give explanations and support as to why some of these suggested changes are being made. We'd like to utilize the nuisance ordinance as our roadmap or as our procedure. And we want to do that for a couple of reasons. If we make the nuisance code consistent throughout, in other words, from the minute the case is reported and opened, to notification letters, to how we serve those letters, to the court process, through abatement, through assessment, all the way through the life of whatever situation, then that becomes our roadmap for all of the other ones. In other words, we have another ordinance, we decide that we're gonna deem it a public nuisance, and then we follow that procedure. We send letters, we, go to court, we do the whole 9 yards. This way, we don't have to rewrite every single ordinance instructions. If we decide as we grow as a city, and as things change, or maybe something's working or not working, we only have to change it in one location, as opposed to across the board. As Todd and I were starting to look through the ordinances, and we actually looked through 5 or 6, and we're only bringing you 3, because it was easier to start this way. But there is a lot of extra language throughout all of these ordinances as they get written, and you'll see it in graffiti, that there was a ton of extra language in there that really wasn't necessary. And if we refer back to our nuisance ordinance, we have our marching orders. We know what we're supposed to do. We know how to proceed. So that's essentially why I want to start with nuisance. So basically, again, we want to use it as our foundation. Well, I cannot get this thing to work, Wyeth. There we go. All right, so definitions. We took abandoned, decaying, and dangerous, and we made it one complete definition. We created it as a nuisance structure. The reason we did that is because as you move further along in the ordinance, you have two separate checklists, one for abandoned or decaying and one for dangerous. And so it was problematic for my nuisance property officer that sometimes you'll have a property that you'll have a checklist with 2 items, but then they'll have issues on another checklist. So the ordinance reads 3 or more in order to open a nuisance property case. So for example, you have a structure that maybe qualifies under one checklist with 2 items, one checklist under 1. His hands were tied. He could not open the case. If we consolidate that into one definition, nuisance structure, we consolidate it into one checklist, there is more ability for us to address some of these very egregious properties. I'm not talking about the house next door that maybe they didn't change the paint color on their house and you don't like it. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about structures that have been sitting for years and years and years that are falling apart, that really need to be addressed in some way. So we added some language in there as well. We added commercial structure into the definition. We also added the word floor because it was all of the different openings, but we didn't have anything for the flooring, so we added that as well. And then we went in and alphabetized that section. You will see in there that where it says code enforcement officer, that, or enforcement officer under definitions, it's also an inoperable vehicles are attached to it. That was merely a cut and paste mishap. So you can put a red line through that because it's listed separately. It was strictly just a clerical error there. So moving on to prohibitions. We changed the open storage of inoperable vehicles from 3 to 1. And we can have discussion on that later because I know there's some issues with that. As well as we removed or updated the language to now reflect that it's a nuisance structure as opposed to either abandoned or decaying or dangerous. So it becomes one total definition. This way we could have the single checklist. We took out the connotation of being maintained and changed it to the word that this situation is present. The idea of maintaining this means that they're encouraging it. Just some minor little language changes there. And then for section 6, it was indicated to us from council that they wanted to give this ordinance more teeth, especially when it came to criminal activity at certain locations. So we took language from the state code for public nuisance, which is 45.8.111, and we added that as number 6 in this section and describe it. Basically, this would be where any of that criminal activity would help support opening a nuisance property case. So the question was asked through email, how would we determine that? So we look at safe routes to school. For example, 802 Yellowstone is an address that we have currently on our books. That is a safe route to 2 schools. That falls right within that parameter. We looked at calls for service, we looked at crime data, and then we've gone as far as looking at market analysis for property values, because those are all the things that this ordinance is supposed to address. And so that's why we made the changes in prohibitions that we did. So for our enforcement and penalties, we added the word "or" when referring to a responsible party or a responsible person. And the reason we did that is because many times we will have a property that is either there's a deceased owner of record, and they have relatives living in there that haven't taken possession of the property, you know. We have a tenant situation. We could have situations where the house is owned by someone from out of state and there's folks in there that are just taking up their presence. So we need to have that flexibility. We will always contact the property owner. That we have to do. The property owner will always be notified of what's going on at this property, and that will always be the standard of contact. But allowing us to also, you know, contact that responsible party is what's going to help us to move the case further along. It's going to give us the flexibility to work with the person who's actually occupying the structure, and perhaps get them into court and get them to clean up what they need to do. We added language regarding what that notice will contain. Let me just find that in here. You'll see a lot of blue in this section. This is all language to make it very specific how they will be notified, what will be on the letter, how many letters will be sent, how we will serve that letter. Does it first-class mail? Can we serve it in person? Can we post the property? All of those things. Proof of service. And then, of course, towards the end of there, deeming it a public nuisance. In F, we also have included some language for injunctive relief, which is what we did when we got emergency permission to put a fence around the property on Yellowstone to render it safe. So that gives us that leverage as well. So if you look at the next section, which is abatement and collection of costs, we decided to delete and rewrite. It was just simpler. It would have been a nightmare to do all the corrections in there. So much of what was in the prior has been addressed in the blue as well. But it basically, it coincides with what we're doing now. We go out and we abate the property, we invoice, we assess the property. So it's basically in line with current practices, and now it's in ordinance. So as it was brought to my attention, you know, if I'm not here 5 years from now, then somebody else knows how to do it. It's not something that we just say we do, it's in writing. And then 18306 allows us that if we cannot handle this case in municipal court, that we can take it to district. And that's important because our limit in municipal court is $25,000 that we can assess a property. That is incredible now because it used to be $9,500, and everybody knows that that was an outdated number. So $25,000, thanks to this last legislative session, and for everybody's support of that, that is amazing because it has helped us to identify some properties that we can move on quicker. Some smaller buildings or smaller sheds that really need to come down because they're unsafe. They've been up for however long, they've suffered a fire or whatever, and the property owner doesn't want to do anything with it. We've tried to work with them. But if we can get that taken down and rendered safe for the neighborhood for less than $25,000, we could do that through municipal court. We don't have to take it to district court, and that can sometimes take years. I don't even want to tell you what our court dates are for some of the bigger projects we have in district court. It is down the road. So that's essentially the nuisance code. Moving on to boarded up structures. So initially this ordinance was strictly about abandoned properties. But we have run into, through code enforcement, where folks, they don't exactly admit that it is abandoned. In other words, they may still have utilities running. They may say, okay, well, this is a building, but I have an office in there, and I go into that office once a month. So we weren't able to successfully enforce the old ordinance or the existing ordinance for some of those reasons. So we decided to go with all structures that are boarded. And just bear with me on this. It doesn't mean that we don't care about the abandoned ones or the vacant ones anymore, because further on in the presentation, we talk about eventually bringing a vacant property registration ordinance to you to create, adopt, whatever, for the city of Billings. There's only one in the state of Montana that I could find, and it was from Anaconda Deer Lodge, and they did that in 2019. And I think they're starting on their first one to get it onto the registry. So it's a new ordinance, it's a young ordinance, But it's very well written, and I did refer to it in your presentation, so if you want to Google it and look it up, you certainly can. It's actually pretty well written. So as we go through this, in the purpose, here is where we're going to talk about that boarded up structure could be deemed a public nuisance. So if we deem it a public nuisance, then we revert back to the nuisance code and we go through all of the process. We don't have to put all of that in here. We can greatly shorten some of these ordinances. Removed the language for, go to the next one. Yeah, and definitions. So the concept here is that we want to address that 180 days, and we want to make that a single event. And we want that 180 days, at the end of it, you have to do something with that property. So for example, you have a beautiful building downtown that might have boards on it, and he reaches 179 days, he takes them down currently. He can put them back up in a couple of days, and the whole 180 resets. That's not what the code really should do for us. So we're trying to, with rewriting this, we're trying to avoid that situation, have it be a single time event, and then that encourages the property owner to do something with that. Close up the opening, put in a new door, put in a new window. And if you have to do that, then that also, you have to get a building permit. So then you know you're gonna have things that are done appropriately. Are we on 403? I think I covered definitions. So 18-1403, we changed this to temporary boarding as a public nuisance. Removed any of the abandoned language. We added new language referencing the 180 days, and then we updated, there was a bunch of different types of screws in here. We just made them non-tampering because that's what industry standard is right now. When they, even restoration services, that's what they use. Added some language to subsection B, because this is where we're trying to target that 180 days as a single event. And then having that building permit kick in, because if you have a boarded window, we don't want to leave it boarded. We want you to either put in a window or close up the opening. In subsection C is where we can deem it a public nuisance. And then enforcement and penalties, really, you just need the one statement because you're going to refer back to the nuisance code, and that's how we're going to enforce it. We're going to send the letter. We're going to take them to court. We're going to go through the abatement process, the whole 9 yards. So this way, this ordinance really just reflects back onto nuisance, and we can make whatever additions, changes that you deem necessary to just one place. And that's the end of boarded. So we'll look at graffiti now. Oh, hang on. The input we need from you is we want to know your thoughts on addressing grandfathering. So we have several buildings in town that have been boarded for years and years. So we need to know how the council feels about how to address that. And then language to address structures that are under construction or that have building permits. Because obviously if they're boarded because they're being constructed, then there needs to be some language to accommodate that. And then of course, the vacant property registry ordinance that I've referred to from Deer Lodge that you guys can look at because we're not even close to being ready to present anything like that to you.
So, Tina, we'll come back to that. We'll let you finish, but we're about 20 minutes in, and we're only about less than halfway through the presentation. So with 6 items on our agenda, we're not going to be able to give this item a full hour. So we'll just let you pick up pace a little bit, and we'll come back to
Sure.
those issues.
I can go through it quicker. Okay, so a lot of this you can pretty much read through for yourself. The important thing to remember about graffiti is that we're separating, we're splitting the enforcement. This entire ordinance is a misdemeanor. We don't want to hold the property owner to a misdemeanor. A misdemeanor is possible jail or a fine, and it's technically a criminal offense. I do not think that that's appropriate. The perpetrator absolutely should be held to a misdemeanor. It's a different type of court process, but the property owner, it can be a municipal infraction. We get a lot more traction and we get a lot more done under a municipal infraction, and we get it done quicker than if we have to deal with a misdemeanor. Removed any unnecessary language and removed a lot of sections in this because they just were not necessary. You'll see a lot of red in this particular ordinance. The purpose was updated. We didn't need to relist the council's authority. That is already addressed in code, so we really don't need to list it again. Very simple prohibition is all we need. Definitions, again, we removed any old language. We matched other ordinances just basically in title, added public nuisance language to the graffiti definition. Moving on to prohibitions, just consistent with other ordinances as far as the section title, and removed any old language, replaced it with a single statement. Enforcement and penalties for the perpetrator. This is 1104. It keeps it as a misdemeanor. We just added some language to this as far as applying graffiti to any property. Pretty straightforward. The rest of the language remains the same. 1105. Rewards and reimbursements. I took some of this language from LA County, I think it was Palmita County, ordinance that was shared with me from the street crimes unit officer that handles gang graffiti. He shared some of that stuff with me so I could use the language. And that's where a lot of this came from as far as how to specifically make claims for rewards. What we do need from you in this point is if we need to further clarify the language in A and in E. Also, do we want to keep legal guardians in there, which would include foster parents, or strike it? Should grandparents or other relatives be included? And then we need to address the claim amount resolution and graffiti fund, and a resolution will be brought to you to make all of that official. And that probably we decided first read. Okay. 1106, graffiti as a public nuisance. This is where it's the municipal infraction, and this is where it applies to the property owner. Again, it just allows us to move through the process quicker. We don't have to be delayed in court over a misdemeanor where attorneys get involved, and it's a lot more problematic to do it that way. I don't think a property owner should be held to a misdemeanor. I think a municipal infraction is sufficient, and there's ways to allow us to work with that property owner to get the desired result. 1107, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 15 have all been removed because they are basically addressed under the nuisance code, and they're addressed under the public nuisance code. 1107, removal after 24 hours, that's not even possible as far as the perpetrator. 1114, ease of removal provisions. We added some language in there because wraps are becoming very popular around boxes. And then we included the city administrator's designee. And then lastly, 1116 would be the anti-graffiti fund that would be established. The resolution is pending, so that I've already discussed with the police department, if they do cite someone for graffiti, they're gonna cite them under the city ordinance. Therefore, any fines would go into this anti-graffiti fund, which would enable us to continue with anti-graffiti. As well as any donations could go in there if there's agencies or entities that would wish to donate to something like this and put that money to use within the community. So that's the end of the presentation.
Great, thank you, Tina. Thank you, everybody who's worked on this big project and a big step forward. So, council, ultimately, we're going to need to think a little bit about whether we want this to come back for another work session or if it's ready for prime time, whether just go on a regular agenda. But why don't we start, Councilmember Boyd, is it okay to focus on nuisance and go in that order, and general things?
Well, thank you, Mayor. You were talking about grandfathering. Can you give me an example of what you're talking about so that we know how to give you a guidance, I guess.
Well, as far as boarded structures, I don't know that I lean towards grandfathering because it's either boarded or it's not. We have some properties around town. There's one up on Alkali Creek that has been there for years. It's had boards over the windows. It's all painted the same, so it looks the same. However, it's a boarded structure. The owner does maintain the property. He keeps the weeds cut down. But it's this building that's just sitting there with boards on it. And I guess I'll just need some guidance as far as whether that's gonna be acceptable. Do we want to just, if we do change this ordinance and update it, do we wanna just start from this date forward? And that's basically what I'm looking for there.
I mean, once this is all said and done, I think that would be appropriate, just start it fresh from that date that we approve it.
Okay.
Okay, council, let's focus the request that we kind of go in the same order, looking at the nuisance, so we can start there. But if you've got also overall comments or questions, feel free to raise those as well. Councilmember Joy, Councilmember Owen, we'll start there.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. And this is language that's in the nuisance ordinance in Section 18303, which are the prohibitions. Number 5, one of the, I understand this is black language, so this is existing language, but I was wondering about this particular one, which is AB4 maybe? It says 2 or more reports to the police department or code enforcement division of unauthorized persons trespassing on property within a 24-month period of time. And I was just wondering why we would have language in our nuisance, which if it was on a checklist and there were 2 other things, that would designate that a nuisance structure. If a person is trespassing, which is the owner, a property owner is not giving permission for this person to come on the property, why would someone trespassing on your property then, the reports then be part of a designation of a nuisance structure?
So for trespassing, and I could probably defer to my legal counsel, but for trespassing, it's part of the totality of being a nuisance. So if people are constantly going onto that property and trespassing onto that property, that's part of the problem. Just like, I mean, let's take, for example, the Colonial. You have no trespassing signs up there. The owner has placed them. However, there's trespassing there all the time. It just adds to the totality of the case. It adds to the total picture of what's going on there. It gives it more teeth. It's been existing in code. This is not something new. The only thing we changed on that was we widened the net a little with 24 months.
Thank you. Thank you for the explanation. I'm just struggling with if the property owner does not want the person on their property and the person keeps coming back. I can see that you're aiming at a behavior of the person that may be trespassing. Is that what it's aimed at? Because I don't understand how the property owners not wanting the person there would be a reason for them to then be in violation of this. That's all. Thank you.
It looks like Assistant City Attorney Todd Korn would like to comment. If that's okay with Tina and you, we'll give Todd an opportunity. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. Todd Korn, City Attorney's Office. I might make an effort to answer your question by first stating I really can't tell you specifically why trespass was included as part of the checklist for nuisance structures that was done some time ago when this code was originally enacted. In my mind, I have to believe it's probably directed at the idea that there's some sort of criminal activity going on the property. And I think it would be a valid consideration for the council in deciding on the presentation here before you of the revised ordinances to consider whether you want to leave that particular part of the checklist at trespass in particular? Or do you want to expand it and perhaps simply say criminal activity of any sort? We have added at the request, I believe, of one or more council members, the section 6 that also addresses unlawful activity or unlawful conduct occurring as a nuisance issue. But it certainly would be, I think, a valid consideration as to whether to continue to limit the activity under this checklist to simply trespassing or to expand it.
Okay, and before we pass to Councilmember Owen and Niesel, but on this topic, I assume that Walmart, Target, every major business in this town would qualify for two of these reports probably within a week or two.
Probably so.
And our downtown businesses that have standing trespass orders to the Billings Police Department, they also would probably qualify very quickly
I would believe they would.
on all of these. So are you done? We'll keep moving down, and if you want to.
This was
defer,
regarding
okay.
the same
Okay.
issue.
Councilman Dees.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think I think the reason why is because this ordinance was originally designed for dangerous, abandoned, decaying structures. It was not to your everyday type of structure. So it's not. We're changing the way we're addressing this nuisance from an abandoned or vacant type facility to facilities that are occupied. And so I think you're right. We should question whether or not this should be included, because this is something I think the mayor talked about a little bit, and as well as I was concerned about this trespassing, because it seems like if I'm an owner, I see someone trespassing on my property and I report that, now I've got one mark against me. And I think that should probably be removed or qualified to say on an abandoned or, vacant structure, something like that. So again, I think when we start changing the initial overview of this entire ordinance, then we need to look at all of these and say, does it apply now that we're including all structures in the city of Billings and not just abandoned and vacant structures?
And I think that's a good point. I might suggest, to simply be my suggestion, that if you are inclined to consider revising, that you not strike it. I would suggest you consider revising it to include the broader scope of criminal activity, because as to any of these structures, there certainly can be a measure of criminal activity that the owner may be part of or may be allowing to take place, which would certainly fit within the idea of what's trying to be stopped here. But that would be my suggestion.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Rowan?
Thank you, Mayor. Tina and Todd, too, you probably have some thoughts about this. I want to talk about this issue of inoperable vehicles that we talked about a little bit before, because I just remain concerned. But I don't know that we can fix the language. So my concern here, just for the council members who didn't hear it, is that this section 18303, paragraph 2, may inadvertently just end up criminalizing poverty. Because my concern is that one inoperable vehicle in a middle or upper income neighborhood is a restoration project or a car that we're working on or we're restoring something, but in a low-income neighborhood, we call it a public nuisance. And I know that we talked about the fact that code officers have discretion. They can go, they can investigate, and if they talk to someone who says, look, I'm waiting for my tax return and to get a part and then I'll fix the vehicle, they can say, okay, this isn't a public nuisance. And so I get that we have discretion in the statute to not have this come down heavy on people who are struggling financially and trying to get a car operational. But I'm concerned that if we don't have some sort of belts and suspenders in practice, we're still going to face a potential discriminatory issue. So I'm wondering if we can develop some training or some written guidance that sort of puts some parameters around this. So when there is a good faith effort to fix a vehicle, restore a vehicle, repair a vehicle, even if it takes some time, we're going to try not to find that a nuisance so that we don't end up giving a pass to certain neighborhoods and coming down hard on others. And I'm wondering if outside of this ordinance, we can develop some precautionary measures.
Well, and if I could just speak to that, the officers generally, they will give extensions.
Sure.
So if you do have a situation like you described, where this person's just waiting for the tax return to come so they can get the parts to get it going, we've had those situations where they're just waiting for this money to come in. We've extended it. We've given them the time that they need. We work with them. They give us a plan. They give us a time frame, and the case extends, and it does eventually get resolved to everyone's satisfaction. And that's why our compliance rates were above 94% for 2023 is because the officers have the ability to say to that person, okay, well, I can understand that, you're communicating with me, just keep me advised, let me know what's going on, how much more time do you need? And that's part of our process, that's in our procedures, they are able to do that. They've been doing that for years, even before I was here.
So if I could just follow up, Mayor, I believe what you're saying. I know that's true. But I think if you're giving extensions, then you've probably already determined it's a nuisance, and you're giving them extensions on time to comply.
Right.
And my concern is that in a middle or upper income neighborhood, we'd never even call it a nuisance. It would never even get called in. If someone's got an inoperable car sitting in their driveway that they're tinkering with every Saturday, no one's gonna care. And so we end up having in practice something that is harder on lower income folks than upper income folks. And so I'm glad it's in your procedures, and maybe we just need to see that. I'm just suggesting we might need some administrative guidance, again, not in the ordinance, but some practice that makes sure that we're not determining nuisances based on income.
Well, I will say that we do have those types of cases all over the city. It may be more frequent in lower incomes, but we do have them across
Okay.
the city and
That's helpful to
even
know.
nicer neighborhoods. So,
Okay.
yeah, I have calls that are called in or anonymous complaints about a vehicle sitting in a driveway in a really nice neighborhood. We get those.
Okay.
So it isn't, I understand your point, but I'm not really seeing it on our side as far as it not incorporating the whole city or
Okay.
addressing the entire city.
Okay. Todd, did you have anything you wanted to add?
No, I think Tina.
Okay. Okay. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, very good, thank you. Other questions, suggestions, comments about the nuisance ordinance provisions in particular? Okay, move on then to the, I guess the boarded structures was the next one, and that one did specifically raise the issue of grandfather, and the Councilmember Boyette started at, and staff asked for some direction on that. What do other council members think? That or anything else? Councilmember Dees.
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, I'd like to hear from our legal team as far as really what can we do? Can we do immediately as soon as this is upon effect? So any boarded up window that you know has been boarded up for 180 days, you now can go out and start actively pursuing them to get that changed? Or do we have to have a period of time once this is passed to where then, you know, how do we really prove that they had it 180 days ago unless we actually have some record somewhere?
And just to clarify, are you talking about structures that have been boarded for some time already?
That's correct. Believe that's what Tina wants us to try to make a decision on, yes.
The grandfathering issue?
Yes.
I would believe that frankly, the safest course of action from a legal standpoint would be to allow there to be 180 days from the time that the ordinance is passed before you began enforcing the ordinance against those already existing structures. Because I think if I were on the other side arguing, I would say you want to go back 180 days from today. Back at that time, that wasn't a violation of the ordinance, but it is now. And so in my mind, it would start from day one.
Thank you. With that, Mayor, I think that we should take our legal advice. That's where my opinion is to as Councilmember Roy said, to start the 180 days from the time we pass it.
Okay. Anybody else want to comment on that? Sounds reasonable. Other things, so one of the other items that staff asked for specific direction on was language addressing structures under construction or which have building permits. And is that, why is that a problem? Tina, is there simply no exception for projects under construction? And if so, why don't we just add that in, as long as it's an ongoing construction project and not an abandoned construction project? And Councilman Aspenlighter, while you're looking for that, did you want to comment on this issue?
Yeah, and my question is kind of along the same lines, and maybe Tina can answer this, maybe Wyeth can answer this. When we issue a building permit, there is a timeline for completion. It's not a forever ongoing amen building project. So if you've got an active building permit, that's one thing, and that to me very clearly outlines, you're either operating within your permit or you're not, and if you're not, then that creates a whole different issue, and then probably, in my mind, would trigger these boarded construction projects. If you're doing that without a building permit, it would seem to me that you would fall well within the way that you've written this. I mean, it seems like we've already got those metrics in place, so long as we just say, hey, if you've got an active building permit, then you're covered. If you don't, then you're not.
And I think after some of the emails this morning or earlier today, that was one of the points that was covered as well. And when we reviewed it again, I'm in total agree with that. If there's a building permit or if it's under construction, that is true. It's covered.
If I might jump in, I think a bit of the question on our end might be that the building permits, I think, typically have an 18-month completion date or completion period. And if, I guess the question in our mind was the question we had for you, as long as someone has a building permit, they're within that 18-month period, is it acceptable to the council, to the city, that the structure potentially be boarded for the entire 18-month period, which would be well beyond 180 days, or should they be subject to the 180-day requirement or something different? I think that was our question.
Councilmember Gillick.
Yeah, I think I would recommend that that would be the full duration of the building permit. Projects differ in terms of what the sequencing is. I think you really need to give the contractors the discretion as to when they're going to do certain components. There's staging, there's all kinds of variables in there to come to play. And so we certainly worked on projects where, yeah, the storefront was boarded up for right to the end and then unveiled and ta-da, and everyone loves it, and the community loves it. And yeah, I think I wouldn't want to put any constraints on that.
Okay. Anything else on this topic? Todd, while we've got you, if I can just go back to the nuisance, the issue I raised in my email was, and Tina addressed this, I think, as a practical matter, but I wonder if you could still look at the drafting when it comes back to you. My concern was that the notice provisions allowed for notice to the owner or somebody who is not the owner. But ultimately, the responsibility is with the owner, and Tina specifically says, oh, we'll always give notice to the owner, which makes total sense, of course, because ultimately, if there's an abatement, it's coming out of the owner's pocket on the taxes. I think if that's what we would do, and obviously should do, why don't we just say that in the ordinance, rather than saying the notice could go to somebody other than the owner? Would you agree we should just make that clear?
I would completely agree that anytime we have an owner, that's going to be our primary target, because that's where we're going to stand the best chance of collection on the abatement, maybe perhaps even the best chance of having it abated by someone other than code. But I think the reason that we suggested the and/or language was as much a procedural benefit to code as anything else, that being that the way that the ordinance was written before, in my mind, the owner had to be notified before code could proceed with the process on a nuisance. And occasionally, it's difficult to locate the owner. Occasionally, the owner may be out of state. We have a situation now where the owner's passed away. Yes, there's going to be an estate open, but not yet. Meanwhile, the property has got nuisance issues. There's someone living at it. If we have to notify the owner before we can move, then in that sort of a situation, it's an issue. And that was the primary reason, frankly, for the and/or, so that if there's an issue notifying the owner, we can still move forward as to the occupant or the responsible party.
And I don't have any problem with that, but it just never says you will always try to serve the owner, even when that's the intent. So why wouldn't we say that, and then be more specific about moving ahead with somebody who certainly is an agent of an owner, like a personal representative or a bank that's taken it over in bankruptcy or something like that, but just address that specifically rather than relying on these few words and/or.
I don't think there'd be anything wrong with doing that.
Okay. Okay. Other issues. Councilmember Neese, Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor. And by the way, I agree with that. I had a problem with that as well because I didn't want tenants or landlords not knowing what's going on with their property. The tenants are not going to tell them they're being cited by the city for something until it's too late. I want to go back to this building permit for 18 months. Do I understand, and Wythe, maybe you can answer this, but can they extend that building permit over 18 months?
It's my understanding they might be allowed one extension. That is up to the building official, if I'm correct.
Okay, so I guess the question is, and for the builders, they're out there renovating buildings. I fully agree with what's going on here, but when we start make an exception like that, then we're going to get people who are going to find a way, hey, well, I just can go pull a building permit and leave my house or my building boarded up for 18 months, get an extension, and then do it all over again. And so I'm concerned about the process that we add something like this in, and we're going to allow a loophole for people to get in. So how do we close that? Or is it even a valid loophole?
Councilmember Neeson, Mayor and Council, we can look into that a little further. I know with the building permit extensions that what's required is that a building inspector has to go out and inspect, like you have to show that something's going on with your permit if you're gonna continue. So, and we've run into that before, so we can look into that language or what that is stated, but there is some requirements for it. You can't just say, oh, I'd like to extend it and I haven't done anything for the last 2 years and now I get to extend it. Like you have to, an inspector has to go out, they have to see what's going on, they have to look, inspect and show that there's been work conducted. But we can check into that a little further in terms of what that states. But there is some parameters. It's not just you get the extension and.
You see, that could maybe help for the extension, but.
Yeah.
But I sure would like to not just like see someone just suddenly get a permit and be able to have it for 18 months instead of 180 days.
Okay, Councilor Joy and Gulick, and we'll move on to graffiti and try to wrap this item up.
Mayor, I do have something that's just pertinent to that.
That'd be okay if we,
Yes.
Councilor Gulick?
So, I mean, securing a building permit is a big deal. Like, it's not a casual thing you can do. I mean, well, especially if we're talking commercial buildings. Residential, actually, the homeowner's doing the work. I can speak from personal experience that it's taken more than 18 months for me to complete my basement remodel, and I still have the building permit outstanding, I guess. But fortunately, it doesn't seem to be a nuisance to anyone else. But so it's not something you can just walk in and just get a building permit. There's a rigorous process behind that. And so I wouldn't be concerned about gaming that. I mean, I know you're not concerned about legitimate uses, and I think there would just be a real rare instance in which you could game that. So.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I would only add, like, there's a fee associated with that as well. I mean, that's not a free permit. There's a fee. So, I mean, you have skin in the game when you go apply for a building permit, and that's not a refundable fee either. So I think that deters people from trying to do what you're saying.
Thank you. Councilor Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My question is on graffiti. Should I proceed?
Please, yes.
Thank you. Just one quick question. In the definitions section of the graffiti, the graffiti, that's 18-1102, graffiti means any unauthorized inscription, and then it continues on until the point where it says, or despite advanced authorization. And to me, that I just don't quite understand that. So I looked up the definition for unauthorized, and unauthorized means without the consent of the responsible party. So in the definition of graffiti, if you read to the very end, it says, or despite advanced authorization. And I didn't understand what that meant, because it seems to say it's unauthorized, it's graffiti if it's unauthorized, but what would advanced authorization mean if it's unauthorized? I was a little confused on that. Thank you.
I think the intent was to cover graffiti that an owner or someone with authority might say is okay to place on their property, but that the graffiti itself perhaps might be obscene, might be something that is offensive in nature to younger members of the community, other members of the community. So it was the thought that if we included this language, there might be some teeth to address something of that nature. That was the particular purpose of it.
Yeah, I imagine the concern is graffiti appears, it certainly was not approved in advance. The owner doesn't want to remove it because it's going to be a hassle. I said, I love that graffiti. It's not graffiti, it's art. And then you're kind of stuck, or the city is stuck with that situation, or the neighbors are stuck. So, okay, anything else on the issue of graffiti or anything else related to this item generally, and specifically, council, what's your preference for the future? Do you want this to come back for another work session with revisions made, or do you want to see it in final form? Councilmember Owen, Councilmember Gulick, Councilmember Kennedy. So Councilmember Kennedy, you haven't said anything, so I'm going to turn if I can, and we'll come back to you guys.
I think you've done a great job on this, and a lot of work and everything. I think the suggestions that came tonight, you can put those in and get us a final draft back, and then in about a month we can get it on and we can have whatever discussion. I think bringing it back to another session will just keep on prolonging it, and I think you need it in place.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Neese, Councilmember Gillick.
Thank you, Mayor. I think your team has done a great job of getting this together and shortening this up and making it easier to understand for the whole public. So I do appreciate that. I've already written my concerns of what I have in my email, so I just appreciate you. I know Wyeth and you guys addressed some of those, and I'll just address those again, kind of back and forth with you if you don't mind on those. But I would like to see this in a final form here fairly soon, because I know we'd like to get it going, and you guys can get out there and start doing your job and helping clean up the city. So we can always tweak it later on if we need to as it goes on. But overall, great job on what you guys have done. So I appreciate you taking work and getting it together. So thank you.
Thank you. And I think we have our first reading already penciled in for the end of March.
Okay.
Because I anticipated there would be some comments, concerns, instructions. So that gives me some time to get that ready for you. And then I believe the second read we have sometime in April.
Very good. Thank you, Councilmember Gillick.
Yeah, thank you for your work, and we want to equip code enforcement with the invisible infrastructure or codes that can enable you to do your job effectively, efficiently, and it's predictable for our community as well. I think before we make a decision on some of the grandfathering, I think we might want to hear from somebody in the audience here who can speak to one of the issues of the buildings downtown that's been boarded up for a while. I think it's a challenge. We're trying to address people who maybe not be acting in good faith, but then there are others who are making good faith efforts. How do we distinguish the two? I think there's some nuance there that we might want to hear as well before we make any final determination on grandfathering.
Thank you. Appreciate that reminder. We'll definitely have an opportunity for public comment in just a minute, and that issue can be addressed. I'll just comment for staff to take a look at the definitions of responsible party. I note that they're different. The one in the nuisance code is different from the one in the graffiti code. Probably pretty similar in content and substance, but it's much longer in the graffiti section. Ideally, you would think that you would just want to have one definition and then reference it so you don't create inconsistencies. Also, I'll just comment that responsible party includes an owner. And if these are intended to be two different parties, then is that the way it makes sense? Or should it be responsible party includes an owner, and then when you're talking about the owner, you would say a responsible party who is the owner or something like that. But anyway, those are occurred to me. Anything else before we open for public comment? Councilmember Neese.
Mayor, I think, when I go back to Tina, did we answer all your questions? I think the one thing you asked about was who do we want to have, was it the grandmothers, foster parents, all that responsible? Is that something that we
That
do?
was one of the points that was discussed when we were going through this was, and I forget which slide that is on, but I think it's towards the end here of some input that we needed. I think it had to do with the graffiti ordinance. So, yeah, so it was, slide 18, I believe. So we were just asking your opinion on the legal guardian part of it. Should grandparents or other relatives be included? This was something that I believe you had brought up to the think tank.
And I believe, and there might have been some discussion with Councilmember Owen on this also, if I remember right, but there was some discussion. Legal guardian including foster, should it include, for example, foster parents? Should it include, people that may or may not perhaps have the same sort of liability as a parent, or maybe a short-term situation? Am I remembering that correctly, Councilmember Owen?
Mayor?
Councilmember Owen.
No, not quite. I think the concern was that when you say legal guardian, there is a period of time for children who are in care that the state of Montana is their legal guardian. So I just think it would be very improbable to bring, enforcement action against the state when they are in effect their legal guardian. I don't believe that the foster parent would incur liability. I think the state would, and I just think you've got a trick
Okay,
there.
I gotcha. I remember that now, right? Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you. Let's open up for public comment, and then we'll try to wrap this item up and come back perhaps to the grandfathering issue if we can. Would anybody like to comment on item number 1, these revisions to our code enforcement provisions? Hello, Randy. I think that's, you're on for grandfather discussion whether you want to or not, I think is
right.
what.
Well, Ed set me up, so, and I'm gonna say, I did read what was or online, but I did not go back and actually read the ordinance that had everything crossed out and so forth, so I don't have necessarily anything specific to offer, but I want to put out a few examples. I mean, for one thing, we've been renovating buildings in downtown Billings for about 25 years now, and in every single case, those buildings had been empty for 2.5 to 30 years. And the good news is none of them were torn down because now all of them are contributing members to the community downtown. And so the specific building that we're currently involved with is the old Billings Hardware Building. You all know it down here on a few blocks from here. And originally we were contacted by the original owners who were being hounded by the city to do something. And they did. Initially they boarded it up, and then they were still getting complaints, or not complaints, whatever the word is, but they were being contacted by code enforcement on a fairly regular basis. They didn't want to leave it like that, but they had tried to put a plan together. It hadn't worked. They didn't really have the expertise to take it on themselves. So ultimately what happened, I was contacted to see if we could come up with sort of a Mickey Mouse temporary solution so that the boards could be removed, but it wouldn't make the building inhabitable. And so ultimately what happened is that we formed a partnership and we are redeveloping that building. Now, we were just about ready to go and then COVID happened. And so we've added another 3 years worth of board up to that building. And I will say that my dealings with code enforcement, I came and represented them in court twice. That was fine. The interactions I've had with code enforcement since that time have all been very positive, because they know, different people that I've spoken to. I mean, we're more than happy to share what we're doing, and they can come and see everything, but there have been times when we just could not move it forward. Because we went in, that project in 2019, right before COVID, was about a $5.7 million project, and it's now a $7.9 million project. So that's what happened. It's been an incredibly difficult effort to get it back together, but we've done it, and we are now moving forward. We're in the construction documents phase, and we have a lender. We've got kind of all the pieces together. We're just in the process. Hopefully this summer, it actually will be under construction finally. But I would really not want to be in a position where I had 180 days to do something. It just wasn't going to happen. And it would have been impossible, and I couldn't, I mean, I wouldn't, if there'd been some punitive thing where there's some fine or whatever that happens after 180 days, I mean, I wouldn't have gotten involved in it. As it is, the building's going to be saved. It's going to become a great asset in downtown. But some of these are really difficult things. So, and I understand that having boarded up buildings isn't great either, but we have, since I've been involved with, well, first of all, they boarded it up, but then subsequently when I got involved, I'm only half a block away, so we have had people break into the building, and it's been my responsibility to make sure we get the police over there, do whatever we need to do, board up other windows if they've broken things. We did fence off that corner so that people couldn't hang out there. I mean, we've tried to be responsible with it. When graffiti ends up on the building, we have it removed. Those kinds of things, you know, which I get from the outside, that doesn't look like a lot, but it's a big lift. And I think the community will benefit from its existence, besides which it would have cost $500,000 or more to tear it down. So I don't know what to say. I mean, I don't know what the answer is. I just know that we need to have some consideration for that so that we don't lose, in particular, so we don't lose buildings downtown that can and should be restored. And I don't think we generally, probably shouldn't say that. I don't know that we have any more landlords, absentee landlords or owners that are really not interested in doing anything except waiting for the big payday. But so anyway, just
All
want to
right,
throw that
yeah,
out there
thank
to
you.
think about.
So it sounds like you'd like more than 180 days.
Yeah, 5 years.
But you recognize the problem of 5 years, yeah. Okay, thank you for your input
thank
and
you.
your perspective. Any other public comment on item number 1? Okay, council, we've got a long agenda. We need to keep moving. And so my inclination is just to move on. But if there's anything on grandfathering, I don't know exactly how to resolve that problem either. But if anybody's got any great, perfect idea, now's an opportunity. Okay, we will come back. Maybe we can have some offline discussion by email about other solutions, because that's going to be a tough one. Okay, that concludes on item number 1. Item number 2 is back to Wyeth, our Senate Bill 382, brave new world in which we live. Wyeth. While Wyeth is bringing this up, I made a suggestion this morning to Chris Kukulski and to Wyeth. This discussion that we're about to have is going to be a discussion that is happening in 10 of the largest communities around the state. And everybody and their citizens are going to need to know the basic background of Senate Bill 382 and what that requires of all of those cities. And every Rotary Club is going to have to hear this around the state, and presentations by the dozens probably in each one of our communities. So what my suggestion is going to be to the Montana League and to the Planners Association is that we talk about cooperating as 10 communities about putting together some sort of a 5 to 10 minute video, because it's the same message all around the state. So why can't we chip in a couple $1,000 and invest $10,000 to $15,000, create a professional video that tells that story? Every community is going to then move on to put their own stamp on it. But the basics of what the law requires, all 52 pages of it, is consistent across the whole state. So I just make that suggestion that if it comes back to us, I think it'd be a good idea to chip in a couple $1,000s. Councilmember Boyette?
At the same time, to me, it's an unfunded mandate. Why isn't the state responsible for doing that?
Consider the legislature. Okay, Councilmember Aspenlider.
And I appreciate the notion, Mr. Mayor, but I think it's easy to chip in $10,000 here and $15,000 here on this thing or that thing. At the same time, we've got a police force trying to buy upgraded Kevlar vests. I mean, it's easy for us to throw around discretionary dollars, but we're not even providing the tools to our cops that they need. Like, I would not support anything like that.
Yeah, I was actually saying $10,000 to $15,000 for the whole project divided by 10 is about $1,000. And okay, well, we can invest and create one ourselves, but it'll cost us a lot more. Councilmember Wyeth, it's all yours.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. And so I'm going to there's a two-pronged approach here tonight, or maybe three-pronged, but mainly sort of a two-pronged approach to presenting this. Wanted to bring this into you to give you kind of a overview and update on the Montana Land Use Planning Act, which was Senate Bill 382 that passed last legislature last year. And also, besides that, sort of the first few steps that are going to be coming to you here in the short term to move this process forward in the next couple of years. And so, so you kind of know both what's going on and then also where we're headed and what's going to be coming to you for formal action actually here in the next couple months. So, just briefly, this law that was put into effect last year was the kind of the outcome of many years of work and coordination and communication across the state of Montana. Not special to Billings, not special to Helena, Great Falls, et cetera, but across the state in terms of the Montana land use planning statutes. Most of them are quite old. Many of them have not been updated in a very long time. Challenges with process, challenges with duplication in process, and also as we've been running into bigger and bigger challenges with housing and providing housing in the state, that these statutes were kind of getting in the way of some of that. The other part of this has been that the legislature, in an effort to try to fix the statutes, has, in the last several sessions, has tried a lot of one-off kind of, let's tweak this here and tweak that there, which then, understanding the reason, but then it creates more challenges with the statute because then there's parts that don't line up and we have more problems. So the idea was, can we do something more comprehensive? There was communication with the legislature, as I said, with the Montana board, the realtors, statewide realtors group, the contractors group, the surveyors, the planners, the Montana League of Cities and Towns, MACO, et cetera. So it's been quite an effort to get to where we are now. As an example, just in terms of process, one of the things that if you're coming in to develop here in Billings and you need to annex your property and you need to zone it and then you're doing a subdivision, you're looking at potentially 3 public hearings and up to 4 public meetings to go through that process. In several of those instances, you're measuring your application against the same things several times, whether it's growth policy, transportation plan, et cetera. So those are the kind of things that the idea was, is there a way to move this along and kind of expedite, but still have the communities and the public and everyone involved in those processes. So who does it apply to? So basically, there's 10 communities specifically, and it went down to a population of equal or greater than 5,000, and then in a county of equal to or greater than 70,000. Initially, this included counties as well. They were going to participate, same thing with those criteria, but during the legislative process, they were able to opt out. And so now it's optional for counties to participate at this point in the process, but the cities are specifically subject to it. What you have to do through this process then is to adopt a land use plan, zoning and subdivision regulation updates, and meet the new framework within 3 years from effective date, which was last May. So May of 2026 is where we would be subject to that. I wanted to note, and I mentioned this in the memo just as I'm going through, when I put section references in here, that actually ties back to Senate Bill 382. So if you want to read the section where certain things are being talked about, you can do that. Did I mess it up? Okay. Cool. It's still working here at least. So in terms of implementation, there's a variety of things that have to happen to move this forward and for us to get into compliance. There's a planning commission that has to form, and I'll talk about that a little bit more in a minute. There's a public participation plan that has to be adopted. And then you develop your land use plan, which has a variety of elements in it. I'll talk some more about housing specifically. It's a big deal in this new law. And then there's other elements that are very similar actually to what we've dealt with in the past, looking at local services, natural resources and hazards and things of that nature. You do have to develop a future land use map, and that's really critical because you actually follow that map as part of your land use plans where you are designating zoning and those things to then move forward and do projects based on that map and the plan. That whole sort of section there of developing the land use plan is the part where we're looking to have consultant services help. And we have an RFP ready, which I'll talk about in a few minutes to launch that here soon. And then ultimately, you have to have your zoning and subdivision regulations align with your land use plan and your future land use map. In terms of the overall big picture, the Planning Commission becomes a very significant entity in the community in Billings. It's working through this whole process in Senate Bill 382. It's making recommendations to the City Council to take action. They're not making the decisions, but they're making recommendations. They're involved in that whole process, and then going forward, they're involved in the land use decisions and processes that the community would engage in going forward, and also even, which I'll talk about in a minute, there's an appeal process for decisions, and they're involved in that, and then the council. So a significant entity at that point. You end up with potentially your zoning commission, your board of adjustment, all rolled into that commission for future actions. In terms of public participation, there's a lot of it, and there's a whole section on what we're required to do, but it's more kind of quote unquote upfront. So the idea is you develop your future land use or your land use plan, your future land use map, you go through those processes, and that's where the public is engaged and involved and participates. But then after you've adopted those, if an applicant comes in and wants to do a zone change and it's an area on the future land use map that says, yeah, this is the kind of development we want to see here, this matches up with the zoning plans in that area, then that application can be administratively processed through staff and does not go through another public process, just individually in those ways. So it's a big change in that way. I'll say that this is new to Montana, but it's not new to nationally. In fact, a lot of the language that's included in Senate Bill 382 came from other states that have been doing this for a very long time. So it's not new, but it's new to us. And then the other thing I'll mention is that we do have similar processes for some of our other types of planning activities that is similar to this. When we do our long-range transportation plan, we go through a whole process, we get public input, we take comment, we look at our priority list, it comes to the city council and gets adopted, and then we move forward and we implement and do projects based on that. We don't go through an individual public hearing process then every time you're gonna do a project that was identified in there because it's already been identified. CIP is similar, and city budget really is also similar, where you make those decisions, public comment is received, and then you go forward and you implement it. So there are some similarities there, but from the standpoint of land use and in Montana, this is different in terms of adapting for the communities and public to understand how it would work going forward with the administrative decisions at the end. Planning Commission formation. So this is one of the key items we're gonna bring to you here very soon after tonight to form that commission. It's specifically spelled out in the new law of how the commission is put together, what their responsibilities are. And as I mentioned, one of the things that they do have a role in the future is if there's an appeal to administrative decision, they hear it first, and then if after their decision's made, then that appeal can come to you as well. So there's a whole structure there for that in terms of how that that process would work. But these are items that the commission would deal with, obviously, as I already said, the new law, but then future zoning regulations, subdivision regulations, and any other legislative land use planning documents and efforts in the future would go to this commission, and then they would make recommendations to you.
Wyeth, is it okay if we interrupt you with a question, Councilmember Kennedy?
Yes, just that Wyeth consolidates city boards and commissions. What city boards and commissions would you consolidate?
Councilmember Kennedy and Mayor and Council, so the way the law is written, so your city zoning commission and your city board of adjustment, potentially those two boards and board and commission would be rolled into the planning commission. So you wouldn't still have those entities acting, because, like, as an example, for a zoning application, then if you're applying and it's going through an administrative process, the zoning commission no longer would participate in that. It would be reviewed by staff and then approved administratively. So those boards, those two specifically would be ones that you'd be looking at.
Would your planning board also all be merged together?
So Councilmember Kennedy and Mayor and Council, let me talk about that, because that's part of what we're trying to wrestle through here. So right now, our planning, the planning board we have is a county planning board with city representation. And so anything, both city or county, flows through that board in terms of subdivisions and development, transportation as well. And so one of the challenges that this creates is if the county is not participating, then we have to form a city planning commission that has to do its role in implementing this and addressing future city land use and planning issues. But we still are going to have then a county planning board that would address county subdivisions and those things. And the county zoning commission and such would stay out there as well. So one of the challenges that this brings up, and I've visited with the planning board about this, in fact, just a couple times informally, and then last week gave this almost the same presentation to them, is that we're going to have to look at forming the planning commission, keeping the planning board going though, and running kind of parallel until implementation is complete. So it gets a little complicated. I did my strategy for this, and in talking internally with staff as well as some other communities, is potentially to form the planning commission initially with the 5 members of the planning board that are ward representatives for you, city council or city council wards. Have them start at those 5, and then as we get further into the process, further kind of decide how we want that planning commission to be set for the long term. But to try to do that initially, because we are going to have them going at the same time.
But the city representation on the planning board will go away.
It would
eventually. So.
Mayor and council, correct? It would roll into this planning commission and not be in that planning board.
Thank you.
Let's see. Let me switch gears for a minute. I'll talk a little bit more about this in a moment. But the planning commission formation we'd bring that to you for by resolution to form that initially, like I said, and then we would keep those active at the same time as we implement the new law, because you'd still have to be, until we're completely implemented. If someone comes in for a zoning application, we still have to go through the current process. So you can't throw that away until you're at the point where you've switched over to this new process. Public participation plan. So what we've done here is we already had a public participation plan to meet our requirements from Federal Highway Administration as a metropolitan planning organization, MPO. So we've actually taken that plan, taken the requirements from 382 and combined them to create one public participation plan to go forward, so that no matter what type of land use process we're doing, we go to the same document and we address those items, whether it's transportation or land use. We will bring that draft of that plan to you for consideration, and then for action, you have to adopt that as part of the new law to make sure that we're following those requirements. And there's a lot in there in terms of how we disseminate documents, the different opportunities for public comment. You have documentation of those comments and how you handled those comments as they came in. So there's a lot there at that, like, as I said, sort of front end, so to speak, as you develop the land use plan and the future land use map, and we have to show how we're meeting those requirements. So that plan will come to you again here shortly for consideration, because we have to get that in place before we can start get further with the process to make sure we're meeting those requirements. Wanted to mention specifically housing analysis and criteria there. This is a big difference from our past growth policy law, where housing is brought up, but really it was left up to communities to decide how much or how little they wanted to address housing within their growth policies. This is much more specific. You have to do an analysis, and you heard some of this when we had that conversation a few meetings back regarding the grant we applied for to help augment funding for this. But you have to look at your population out to the next 20 years, look at the housing units then that you need based on that population, develop an inventory of do we have enough area zoned X to meet that demand? You go through a process to show that, because then that informs your land use map and whether you're going to be able to meet the demand for housing and the type of housing in the future. So that's a big element now, and it's pretty specific. And then there's also criteria in the new law that there's 14 criteria, and we have to meet 5 of those, show that we can meet at least 5 of those criteria regarding housing and accommodation of housing. So that was a big part of this, and a very specific part that the legislature was pushing on. So wanted to point that out, like I said, because that's going to be a significant part of this. We've done some housing plans, as we talked about a couple meetings back, but this has some pretty specific things that we have to address that we haven't in this manner. And then there's also a lawsuit, just to make this more interesting. So there's currently a lawsuit that was filed by property owners across multiple communities in the state. It's in court in Bozeman is where it's situated, and it was sort of a large lawsuit to say a bunch of legislative or a bunch of laws that were passed in the 23 legislative session there wasn't enough public participation. There wasn't the input the way there should have been for the impact that this is going to have on communities. This is imposing conditions and things on communities that the communities themselves should address. And so I'll try not to get too far into this, but there's 4 bills, Senate Bill 323, 528, 245, and 382 that are in that lawsuit. The good news, I guess, is that the court has an injunction against 323, which was to allow duplexes in all residential districts, and 528, which was to remove most of the local control aspects of accessory dwelling units. There's an injunction on those two, so those are stopped. They're not going to be implemented per state law until that court case gets resolved. 245, which was requiring multifamily development in commercial zones, and 382, which we're talking about tonight, are in the lawsuit, but there was no injunction. So the direction from both the League of Cities and Towns legal and our legal authority here is that we can move forward with 382 and implementation at this time, and then continue to monitor the lawsuit. The last thing, I guess, just to be clear too, is that none of this lawsuit the city still retains its authority to do zoning. So it doesn't mean that 323 says you have to allow duplexes in all residential districts. That doesn't mean, like, as we sit here right now, there's an injunction. So we don't have to do what the state law says, but we can do what we want to do. So you could decide that, yeah, we want to do that anyway, and we're going to change the zoning and allow it. That doesn't matter. However, if we don't do it, and then the injunction gets lifted in 323's law, then we do have to, because it's state law, and so we have to follow it. So try not to be too confusing, but that's important to understand, is that the city still retains its zoning authority, even as this lawsuit kind of works its way through. So next steps. We'll be, as I've said, we'll be bringing you the formation of the Planning Commission by resolution for action, and we'll be bringing the public participation plan for adoption in the short term to get those two things in place so that we can then start the actual work of doing the land use planning analysis and developing the future land use map. And then we will launch the RFP for consultant services for this for that process. I wanted to note too, we're in the early stages of working on the West Billings neighborhood plan, and we're very close to launching the Heights neighborhood plan, probably here in March. We got proposals for that plan, and we're working through that with the proposers. But we were very careful in both of those scopes to include the information that comes out of 382 regarding looking at housing and looking at these issues within those areas. So the idea is that we won't have done the West Billings neighborhood plan and not paid attention to anything in 382 and then go back and redo everything out in that area, but that we actually will get information as part of that process to help inform our work to implement 382 in West Billings and in the Heights, which are the two biggest areas where we've done neighborhood planning and also where the most activity, we're seeing the most growth activity as well. So that was done on purpose, and if you look at those scopes, you'll see that specifically called out in those plans. And then we're going to continue to monitor, obviously, the lawsuit and then continue with interim legislative engagement. And I'll hit on this really briefly, but I was in Helena on January 24th. The interim legislative committee, or interim local government committee, had a session on how are things going with implementation of 382. We had a panel of staff from different communities that are in various levels of working through this, and we were able to provide some feedback, talked about some of the challenges we're seeing, especially with both understanding the public participation changes, those of us that are MPOs dealing with that issue with our boards and commissions, and then also the time frame of May 2026, which seemed like a long time ago and now doesn't. And then also funding, which this council in last budget session, the last budget, the one we're in now, allocated $200,000 to work through this effort. And that seemed excellent. And now we're hearing from other communities that may or may not work for us. We may be facing proposals that are quite a bit higher. Helena had ranges, I believe it was from $250,000 to $750,000 when they went out with their RFP. So we're gonna get ours out there and we're gonna see. We do have the two neighborhood plans that definitely help us, I think, in that respect, because they're doing some of the work. So it's not just this, but anyway, more to come on that. But we did have a good conversation with the legislature, and there was some interest in both some of these challenges and also understanding as they continue with the interim, like what could be addressed. So with that, I will stop. And
Thank you, Wyatt. Just to clarify, this is informational for us.
Correct. Correct.
Are you looking for any, and we'll have an opportunity for public comment, but are you looking for any direction, or it's pretty much just stay tuned?
Mayor and council, yeah, really mostly stay tuned, but I wanted you to know that these two action items are coming soon on the public participation and the commission, so that you understood, okay, these are first steps that have to actually have action. So that was the main part of this, as well as just getting the overview.
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
thank you.
I'm sure there'll be some questions for Wyeth. Councilor Ripsis, Councilor Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, just real quick, I hadn't heard it mentioned before, or maybe I just missed it, that other states have this kind of process. Which other states do you know of that this was kind of modeled off of, or we should be looking around to see how it's worked in those other places?
Councilmember Ripsis and Mayor and Council, I can double check for you. I know that the laws in Washington State, in Colorado, I believe, and in can't remember if it was Arizona, but I can check. There's several, specifically that were looked at regarding this. So I can share. Yeah.
Okay, very good. Councilor Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. Wyatt, you may not know this one, but if this is the law, what purpose would the public participation do if they can't change anything? Can they just, what good would it do?
Councilmember Boyette and Mayor and Council, the issue, or the approach really is that the community does participate by being involved in development of the land use plan and then the future land use map, in terms of where we're going to have to address where different types of development occur, but that's where the community provides the input and addresses it up front. And then we use that as the map, so to speak, the roadmap to actually implement it. So that's the way this is kind of crafted, versus now we obviously have our zoning map. It's the map. And then we have our studies, our infrastructure analysis, and our transportation analysis and such that we use to inform it. But you go through and you kind of, adjudicate every application as it goes. Oh, do we really want this or do we not want this, et cetera, when in fact we have all this information that we can use to say, yeah, this is what we want. Let's get that everyone on board with that and then move forward. So it's really just getting everyone involved in a different way to get to the same end.
Thank you. Other questions, council, everybody down here? Sorry, Councilmember Joyo, Anise, and Gillen.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So I just have two questions, and the second one you might not be able to answer. But can the Planning Commission make decisions that are outside of the building code? So can the Planning Commission, as it's put together, and all of these different elements, can they make decisions that are outside of building code?
Councilmember Joy and Mayor and Council, no. The building code is actually separate from what they would be focused on in terms of the land use plan and the zoning and site requirements. The building code is completely separate, so they wouldn't be involved in that or manipulating that. And furthermore, they are anything that they're going to do is a recommendation to you. So you're going to make the final decision. If they bring a recommendation to you, that's what they're going to be doing. But building code would not be part of it.
Okay, and just one other question. Now, on page 11, it goes through, section 7, goes through the adoption and the amendment of the land use plan and the future land maps and all of that. It talks a lot about who can actually ask for an amendment, and it includes property owners, applicants. I mean, there's a whole list. The majority of the governing body, a petition of 15% of the electors of a local government jurisdiction, a property owner applying for zoning and subdivision. And so does it anticipate, I've read it, does it anticipate an end to this process of amendments? So, I mean, you have all of these different avenues for amendments, but does it give some kind of limit or time frame to that? Because reading through that, I can imagine that if you were in particular, so a majority of a governing body is quite a few people, 15% of a population is pretty significant, but a single property owner would involve a lot of people. So is there any sense that there's some limits or there's some time frame that you can go through, at which point you say, no more amendments, we're stuck with what it is?
Councilmember Joy and Mayor and Council, I guess the way that section, and some of this is new, so yeah, I don't know all the answers to it exactly. But I guess an example would be, and I mentioned this earlier, I didn't get into this part of it, but if you come in with a zoning application and it meets the future land use map, and so it's like, yep, that's the kind of development and zoning we expect in that area, so you can get you get approved administratively. Conversely, if I come in and say, yeah, this area of the future land use map says this should be, duplex residential development, and I'd like to do a reactor or something, I'm gonna go industrial, then that's where it says, oh, okay, that's an amendment to the map, and that has to go through an entire process with the council, with the planning commission, to make a determination that we're gonna change the map to accommodate that, that very different development proposal than what that area was designated for. So that's where the amendments come in terms of those changes after you've developed your initial map. I think one of the things that trying to understand the appeals and stuff is what we're not yet as clear on, is that, well, what happens if every time when the decision's made it gets appealed? Right now, yeah, you can appeal and appeal. That wouldn't be very productive. So hopefully that's not where there's that part of this section or this code hasn't been obviously tried yet. But in terms of those amendments, it's pretty specific to those types of changes after you've established your initial plan and map.
Thank you, Councilmember Owen.
Thank you, Mayor. I have sort of a two-part question, I think. I want to talk, Wyeth, about this land use plan. Do you anticipate the cost of services study influencing how land use planning begins to take place?
Councilmember Owen and Mayor and Council, yes, actually, the parts of where we have to look at infrastructure, like what do we have? Do we have deficiencies? What do we need to address that? Yes, we would expect that study would help inform that part of this. Yeah.
So you're thinking we move towards a higher cost of development for expansion, a lower cost for infill? I mean, is that kind of what you anticipate driving towards?
Councilmember Owen and Mayor and Council, I don't know what that would look like, but you would potentially, if you had the information from the cost of service study, that would help inform, like, you know, where different types of development might occur, what type of development and density and things like that.
And then Wyeth, just a little parochial question. This workload looks pretty significant. So what's going to happen to our efforts to do master planning around the inner belt loop? I don't know if that falls under the economic development of the land use plan. I know you said it's outside the scope of the Heights neighborhood plan. What's going to happen to our project up there?
So yeah, Councilmember Owen and Mayor and Council, two things. So the scope of the Heights neighborhood plan includes the analysis of the land use and area planning around the north end of the bypass. So that's actually called out specifically in that scope to address that. There's a big transportation component. In terms of the inner belt loop and the Highway 3 area, we actually still have that study programmed to move forward later this year. What we're actually doing, so MDT is also wanting to review or revisit our Highway 3 corridor study that we did a few years ago. Don't say that too fast. And so we're trying to coordinate with them to make sure that if they want to work on that too, that we try to do that at the same time. So we're anticipating this summer to be able to launch that study and be in kind of coordination with MDT at the same time. So that's still on the list too, just further later this year.
Thank you, Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Wyeth, and you answered part of my question on amendments because you mentioned, we have a budget process, but we always see budget amendments and things like that. And so I think you answered some of those major changes in zoning. Those are going to be, I'm assuming they're going to public participate in those changes when they come. And so it'd be similar to what we're doing today in a zone change because we're changing, it's a map change, but it's a zone change. And so,
that's correct.
But what about some of these times where we see like a car wash going into an area where it's not an allowed use, it has to be proven. Is that going to be then also adjusted, or is that going to be automatically approved through administrative process?
Councilmember Neese and Mayor and Council, I guess there's gonna have to be some kind of nuance there, I guess, between, like, if we're designating an area for a certain type of zoning and land use, that if it's too far outside of that, then that's where the amendment would get triggered. And I don't know what that exactly would look like, but we're gonna have to have something where if we're designating an area for residential of a variety of types, then we move forward with that. And then if someone came in with something that was not, completely off that, then is that an amendment? There's gonna have to be a decision on a trigger. So,
Okay, is that something we as a city are going to write in a code, or is that
yeah,
correct?
we're gonna, Councilmember Neese and Mayor, we're gonna have to decide how we address that amendment piece, like what triggers the amendment versus not. Yes.
Okay, and so when it's not an amendment, it's administrative, who in the city is going to be making those administrative decisions?
Councilmember Neese and Mayor and Council, at this point, it would be ultimately through the planning division, the planners and the land use professionals there, but we would still have, during that administrative review process, we would be getting input from other departments like we do, now. So we'd be getting input from engineering, for example, and then when the administrative decision's made, I would see that, at least as of right now, coming out of planning, because it's specifically tied to that land use map and that land use plan.
So is it the city planning commission that's going to be making that decision, or is it going to be one person in the planning department?
Councilmember Neese, Mayor and Council, it would be staff. It would be either a individual or a group of staff making that decision, because the planning commission wouldn't come into play at an administrative decision. They would only come into play if there was an amendment, like you were talking about before, or an appeal to that decision, if the decision's.
Do you know are you the person who would be making those decisions?
Councilmember Neese, Mayor and Council, I would assume, and that with the planning division structure, if we have the same thing we have now, that ultimately the responsibility would lie, with the planning manager and the planning director.
And you're the planning director, okay, thank you. And then, once we get this map done, which is, we have to go through this, we have to hire a consultant, spend what, $250,000 to $750,000, what we heard from Helena is doing. How soon do we have to then start the process over again, once the map is approved? And how soon do we have to start that again? Is that 2 or 3 years out? Because it's going to take a couple of years. What's the cycle for that?
Councilmember Neese and Mayor and Council, I'm not going to remember it off the top of my head. There is a specific, I believe it might be every 4 years, but you have to put in a mechanism to revisit and make, look at changes to your plan and your map on a regular basis. It's specifically called out in there. You can't just kind of do it and then, let it go. There's a period of time and then a follow-up, and I can check on that. I cannot remember off the top of my head in here, what the time frame is, but you have to revisit.
Okay, so we're going to have to hire consultants again at these higher dollar amounts to go through the whole process again? Is that, could you look at the new housing and all that?
Councilmember East Mayor and Council, I would imagine depending on both the time frame and change that's happened in the community, we would have to evaluate what level of update we would have to do. Certainly on the housing data and that sort of thing, there's going to be information that's going to change. And in fact, we're in conversations, the league and planning departments across the state about the Department of Commerce providing housing information that we all use for that. So that's something that we'd have to look at. So I don't know how big an update would always be based on what change has happened in the community.
Maybe less than the initial.
Councilor Neitz, I think we need to move on. Okay. We're just going to have to wrap this one up. We'll have plenty of time on this one. It's going to be a multi-month process. But Councilmember Gulick, Councilmember Boyette, and then Council, I say we get some public comment and decide what we're going to do about a break. Councilmember Gulick.
A couple of questions, Madam Mayor. Wyeth, do you anticipate having a separate city planning commission and county planning board is going to make coordination for growth more challenging?
Councilmember Gulick and Mayor and Council, I think one of the things, and we talked about this at the planning board last week, and actually we're open to further conversation with the county about this if that's something that the council, wants to pursue, and we can, because we're dealing with both potentially two separate planning, entities, a board and a commission. We're also dealing with changes to our metropolitan planning organization and the way we deal with transportation decisions. And I think that's going to have to change too if the planning board is now only just doing county planning issues. That doesn't work for the way they're designated as our MPO. And we're actually looking at other models of how that's done. So that's doable, but it does throw another kind of wrench in there. So I would say, yes, it's going to add some challenges if we're having to coordinate further across multiple boards versus if we were able to continue with one that's looking at both jurisdictions.
Second question, so someone answered this already. In terms of developing the plan for how the housing units are going to be distributed in the community, the staff is going to be developing it based on public input, and then council adopts. Is that correct? Yeah, and you had mentioned also the cost of services study. Could it help be a source of information to help influence that? I mean, I think what's challenging is when you have the public providing input, but they don't understand what the cost of housing implications or traffic or property tax implications are of different development patterns. I know with a client where, we start off designing a house for them and they want this and this and that other thing, and it just keeps it growing and growing until you have a cost estimate that becomes sort of a disciplining kind of thing. And I wonder if maybe the cost of services study might be a helpful metric for helping us develop that as well. So I don't know, it's kind of a hard question to answer, I guess, but in terms of, it seems like we need to have some sort of mechanism so that the input we have is, people are educated on what the implications are, I guess.
Yeah, Councilmember Gulick and Mayor and Council, I would agree that that would be a part of the tools for us as we go through the process. I also, one of the things that I think that this council should think about too, and I can't remember if it was brought up during a discussion of your strategic plan, but certainly also looking at how, one of the things that this law is short on, in my opinion and others too, is the sort of visioning part of this, like what do we want the community to look like? And we're gonna have to have some of that conversation. This is pretty technical in here, like you do this, you do that. But there's always that, where do we want to go? What do we want it to look like? And then we have the information that informs that.
Okay. Councilmember Boyette, and
Just a quick one.
A quick one?
There's two of the items in those 14 lists. One says setbacks have to be changed. One is the height requirements changed. Do we have to change our entire zoning code to match this? And when, if so, when do we need to do that?
Councilmember Boyette and Mayor and Council, we would, if, depending on which of those criteria we're going to show that we're going to meet, you would be doing that. You would complete your land use map and plan, and then you would make sure that your zoning code and subdivision code were amended to reflect any of those changes. So the last step in this whole thing is actually making sure that your subdivision and zoning codes are reflecting what you're achieving in your plan.
So 2 years from now, can we change number 4 to number 5? Or do you have to, once you pick 5 of these, you're stuck with them forever?
Councilmember Boyette and Mayor and Council, I think it's certainly, as long as you're meeting at least 5, you're okay. So whether it's the same, you start out with 5 and then it's a different 5 in a few years, as long as you're showing that you're doing at least those number. And we actually, there's several of them that we already are meeting, and that's part of this whole thing. But yeah, as long as you're at that number.
Okay, thank you, Council. Let's see if there's any public comment on this item and then wrap this up. Is there any public comment on item number 2? Any public comment? None, so we'll close our public comment period. Council, we're now 2 hours into the meeting. We've had 5 very patient people out there who are here for item number 4. We normally would take a break now. I think it's not like we're going to wrap up this meeting. So I think we should take a quick break, come back. Could we use a little time, and Mike, maybe you could talk with Councilmember Rips just a little bit. That's item number 3. And talk amongst yourself how long that'll take. If you think it'll be very quick, we can go ahead and do it. Or if you think it'll be longer, whatever your recommendation, whether we should try to flip items 3 and 4 after we come back from our break, and just to let our very patient people move out of here a little bit quicker if we do that flip. So anything else before we break? Okay, Council, it's 7:31. We'll be back as close to, before 7:40. So hopefully closer to 7:35.
Windows are easy to break, and we do get things rolled through.
We had people that wanted to control, and that became.
Okay, we're back. Then, welcome back, everybody. While we were taking a break, we had some discussion, and the desire is to remove item 3 from our agenda, come back to that at a later time. I think that's a wise idea. I'm not sure with a work session that has to be approved by the whole council, but why not? If there's nobody, is there anybody who objects to that? But if not, would somebody make that motion? Councilmember Boyette.
Mayor, I move that we move item number 3, PMD assessments discussion to a future date.
Second. Second by Councilmember Upsis. Any discussion? Okay.
We should send Mr. Pig a dinner invite for making him sit through all this stuff and then kicking him home.
We appreciate his patience. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, nay. Motion passes. That then brings us to item number 4. I appreciate the patience of the people in the audience. Hopefully you learned something along the way to get here, but we do appreciate that. Chris, you're going to kick this one off, is my understanding, so we'll just turn it over to you immediately.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, so I'll be brief. The packet material for tonight's discussion included, 2, 4, 6, looks like about 8 bullets of a deal, for the lack of a better term, or conditions, or kind of components, maybe that's the best word, components of a response to the county commissioner's request that the city consider funding up to half of the construction costs for the short-term, not to exceed 72-hour holding facility. There's a couple of key blanks in the document intentionally, which is that on the financial contribution side of the response, remember that this current fiscal year's budget includes $500,000. That was what was in our original November letter to kickstart this conversation. And then we've randomly, selected a 2025, fiscal year 2025, and a fiscal year 2026 contribution. There's no magic that it has to be over the next 2 years, other than just a brief reminder, we are borrowing money short-term to get into our new Law and Justice Center City Hall construction project. So working with our finance director, Andy Zeller, it would most certainly be helpful to us if that can be paid over 3 full fiscal years. The current one, the one that starts in July, and the following. But there's no mandate to that effect, and we can figure it out based on what you guys want to fill the blank in there. The other key component, I guess, that I'll comment on and then turn it really over to you for your discussion is how many beds, what was the minimum number of beds that we needed or want to have in this facility. So this number 30 was not randomly picked out of the air. It was out of consultation with our law enforcement professionals and chief of police and with our municipal court judges. So between them, the number was no lower than 20, and nobody thought it needed to be higher than 30. So that's where that 30 number comes from. With that, I think, frankly, I'd turn it over to you guys. It really is a policy discussion, and ultimately between the county commissioners and the city council as to how you want to respond to their written request. And
Chris, just procedurally, I think the assumption has been that we would take whatever comes out of this discussion and produce a letter back to the county commissioners. Is that correct?
Thank you very much, Mayor. Yes, what I would do, or what I would propose, is that whatever changes or whatever you do, that the clerk's office is aware that we would, if we get a clear direction tonight, that we will amend this coming Monday's agenda so that this can be placed on the consent agenda and get a finalized authorization from this body for the letter to be signed by the mayor and sent over. So tonight is not a final. Tonight, though, the clearer we can be in drafting that letter for you so that you can make the final decision in 6 days as to what is getting sent over to the county commissioners.
Thank you, Chris. And I should just point out for the benefit of the council that the architect retained by the County Commission, Al Rapaz, is in the audience, and I assume he is available for questions, whether he wants to or not. We can impose on him probably if you've got factual questions about the project. So, Council, how would you like to proceed? Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. This started November 7th, and this is finally where we get to talk about this, but it says an additional transfer of X for 2025 and a number X for fiscal 26. I'd like to plug a number in of $500,000 for 25 and $500,000 for 26, making a total of $1.5 million, and that would be my motion to give council direction.
Okay, and there are other issues but you're just trying to address that critical element there. So, and you put in the form of a motion to direct staff to plug in those numbers. Is there, Councilmember Gulick? Okay, so that's on the table. I guess that's the topic for discussion moving ahead. Councilmember Boyd, you want to address your
right? And this started November 7th. We sent a letter, then the county referred back with a letter, and I think this is ours. It's kind of a negotiation, like buying any property. I like the idea of over 2 years, personally, if we can, which spreads out our debt load for 2 years versus one load. I think it's easier for Wyatt, or not Wyatt, but Andy to deal with. I think this is a good, we only wanted 30 beds. They want to build 98 beds. We don't need 98 beds. I like the idea of saying that we need 30 beds for our cops at Billings Police Department. So that's why I figured $1.5 million is a good round number to start with.
Okay.
Cash.
Okay, yeah, cash. And Councilmember Gulick, did you want to speak to your second, and I'll get Councilmember Rowan?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would say this is just to the what we're budgeting amounts. I think another item is credit. I guess the county owes us some dollars, and I think that could potentially be an addition. But right now, we're just addressing this cash piece.
Okay, Councilmember Owen, do you want to address the motion?
I do. I have, as I think you all can imagine, a lot to say about this initiative tonight. It has been a lot of work. I think I just want to start by sharing, I don't always do, maybe, Mayor, as good of a job as I should of sharing the conversations that are happening at the jail subcommittee. I think we've tried to kind of keep those internal until there are decisions made, but I know there are things on council members' minds. And so I just want to share that, first of all, that work group has robustly endorsed a short-term holding facility as an essential part of an overall criminal justice strategy, and one that is a part of addressing a larger jail expansion. And that's the other thing that I want to say is, in the work that I've heard, locally, county, I do not see any movement away from a jail expansion. I know that concern has come up, that maybe this will happen and either that solves the problem or it allows the county to walk away from a YCDF expansion. I have heard nothing of the sort. The jail subcommittee continues to work on an expansion. I think Al could tell you that he's been tasked to do some work on an expansion. They continue to do work towards needs assessment, characterization, getting dollar figures. So I don't anticipate that this is anything other than a critical part of a solution for a population that is not adequately addressed through the larger jail expansion. There is a population that is low risk but still needs consequences. And that is really what this is designed to solve. I think if you look at the jail roster tonight, as of 6 o'clock, there were 612 people in. It's full. No one's going in unless someone's coming out tonight. we need to acknowledge that that means there's a significant amount of people in this community who will go without consequence for the criminal behaviors that they engage in. And that many of those are the type of things that affect our quality of life. And I say this all as a way to lead up to, we have to get this done. We've heard from public comment tonight that we have to get this done. It is a question in my mind of officer morale. We have in our jail subcommittee heard from the union as well as leadership representatives who said there's a frustration on our police force, that they are mocked, that they are disrespected, that they are not able to arrest, that they're not able to do their jobs. And that is going to affect recruitment. It's going to affect, if we want to fund more officers, and I do think we should, we can't fund them and not give them the tools they need to do their job. They need the power of arrest. There needs to be the ability to put someone in overnight and have them see a judge the next morning. If you look at the jail roster tonight, you will see people sitting on 12, 15, 20 failures to appear. If we had this facility, they would sit on one. And then they would see a judge the next morning and we would address it. And we have to return some consequences to our community. And again, I say this all as a way of leading up to, I just don't think that number is going to do it. I am concerned that is not sufficient enough. And why do I say sufficient? I say sufficient because I think it is imperative. The reason that we started as a council with a modular facility or a temporary facility was because speed matters to us. We need this tool yesterday. And I am concerned that at the numbers that have been proposed, we lack the clout to go to the county and say, not only do we need you to build this, we need you to build this as fast as you can. And we are going to go ahead and put in dollars that allow you to go fast, that push the contractors to go as fast as possible. And in fact, if you don't go fast, we're going to start to claw some of our money back because it's so imperative that we do this as quickly as possible. Based on the conversations I've had and the work we've done, I would suggest, and we can do this however you like, Mayor, I'm not making a substitute motion right now, but I think the right number is about $500,000 higher. And I am agnostic as to whether or not we were to do $500,000 this year, $1 million in 25 and $500,000 in 26, or if it were $500,000 this year, 750. I'm not sure it matters, other than I think it is critical that we be able to go to the county and say, we are going to help you fund this, but you must go as fast as you possibly and safely can. So that would be, I think, the concern that I would express about the motion that's on the table, that we're just not bringing the seriousness that we need to get this job done. And I think an additional $500,000 makes us more serious. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I saw Councilor Esmalader's hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I would echo virtually everything that Councilwoman Owen said. I don't think that this is a number that is going to get this project across the line. From the conversations I've had with the people across the street, I don't think this is a starter. They've asked us for $3 million cash. For us to get this across the line, I think we have to come to the table with $2 million in cash. And then this debt that Ed referenced, I think that's the ambiguous thing out there that isn't everybody's mind going to be included with whatever offer that we come to, clearing the debt. This most certainly is a tool that we need to re-equip our officers with. We can spend $1 million or $2 million in putting more police on the street, but we're not going to be able to hire those folks because they can't do their jobs and they don't want to come to work in a place that they can't effectively do their jobs. And we're not going to be able to retain the ones that we have as they continue to be disrespected and feel that council is not doing everything in our power to give them the tools to do their job effectively and protect our community. This is not something that I'm interested in playing chicken with the county commission over $250,000 in 25 and $250,000 in 26. That's less than $1 million. Less than $1 million. On a $400,000 house, that's like 2 large-sized pops that come and go. I'm not trying to trivialize the number, but in reality, we're going to play chicken with the commission over $250,000 a year and risk public safety and the credibility of the city council and the city of Billings with our residents. That's not something I'm interested in, and I would make a substitute motion to change the numbers to $750,000 in fiscal year 25 and $750,000 in fiscal year 26.
Okay, so substitute motion to change to 750 and 750. So two total, is there a second on the motion?
Yes, second.
Second by Councilmember Owen. Okay, you've already spoken to your motion, I'm assuming? And you did too, so we'll, Councilmember Kennedy, you had your hand up, Councilmember Joy?
I have to say, over the years, we started discussion when I was a commissioner back in 2012, and it's been sat on all of these years, and it's been a problem for a long time. So it's not a problem that just occurred yesterday. It's been around for a long time. I really do hate the idea of someone coming back and saying, hey, we need 30 beds. No, we'll do 90 beds, and we want double what you want. I have a problem with that. But I have a couple questions I have to ask, and then I'll make a comment. Chris, can you tell me if we're looking that in fiscal year 2025 and fiscal year 2026, these dollars will likely primarily come from a combination of marijuana tax revenues and general fund appropriations. What I'd like to know is how many marijuana tax revenues do we receive?
So Councilmember Kennedy, Mayor and Council. So specifically our marijuana revenue, so that's the local tax that the voters approved at the same time that they approved the second public safety levy, which I believe is 3% on those sales, generates around $600,000 a year. I should probably be saying a range without Andy here, but I think it's somewhere in that 525 to 650 range annually. 200 of that we've allocated for a component of the Law and Justice Center components of the City Hall project. So some of that has been allocated. To answer your question, that's what is coming in these last few years. And I'm trying to think, did you ask anything about the general fund or the memo identifies?
Where do you see out of the general fund?
That is the place in which we fund all of our public safety services. It comes from the public safety levies, and it comes from the general 74 mills in the charter. So what I've anticipated and laid out as we work through this is that we did have this current fiscal year, we're barely over 1 mil or less than 1 mil outside of our cap for what we can levy as property taxes. However, roughly 10 mils of that is related to a one-time expense, the settlement of the franchise fee lawsuit. So that expense we will not have in going forward, and ultimately this body will decide if that is used to lower property taxes, if that is used to invest in a variety of things that are funded by property taxes, this being one of those considerations.
I need to follow up on that. The 10 mills brings in how much money?
We generate about $250,000, $250,000 per mill. So that's 2.6 million dollars is what that'll generate for us.
Okay. Mayor, can I make a comment then?
Please.
I've been through the discussions. I heard a lot of people, and I've been told that I'm opposed to public safety and everything else. I ran on public safety, and I really believe in strong public safety. I'm willing to support this at 2, but I want to see that the 10 mills there, the majority of it goes for police officers and detectives, and that if we are going to put money forward, that this council is going to stand up and say, yes, our folks on the police force have asked us for more officers, and I would like to see that we at least have the 2 million from the 10 mills going towards police officers and detectives in this next year. And then you would have my vote for the 2 million. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Kennedy, can I just ask you to clarify a little bit? When you say the majority of what, the 500,000 that we've already set aside for this year would not go for the short-term jail expansion, but would go to police, one-time infusion for police? Is that what you're recommending?
No, what I'm talking about is the 500,000 which you have appropriated would go for this year. The 750,000 would go in fiscal year 2025, and I would support the 750,000 in 2026. What I'm asking is we have next budget year, and I've heard it from folks all over the city of Billings, they want to have more police officers and detectives. So at this time, if we appropriate in next year's budget the $2 million from those 10 mills, what we would be able to do is the chief then, starting the new fiscal year, would be able to start hiring and looking for officers that are already trained out of state and bring them in so we can get them on the force and working as quickly as possible. Because I've talked with Councilwoman Owen and a lot of you and Councilman Boyette on the fact we've heard over and over again, we want police officers and detectives on the street. So this is a compromise. I wasn't going to go this high, but I'm willing to do it. And I want to put more officers and more detectives on the street as quick as possible. So that's where I'm at.
Okay,
Thanks,
so
Mayor.
what I'm understanding is you would put $2 million toward a short-term holding facility, and on top of that, find additional dollars in the future for police officers.
And in the future, the 10 mills that we have appropriated for this year to pay off the lawsuit, that we appropriate those 10 mills next year for police officers and detectives. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think that's consistent with what I said, so. Okay, further discussion on the topic. Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I spent the first year I was on council, Bruce McCandless, who was the interim city administrator, came to council and said, we have a problem. In 2017, police officers were added, excuse me.
Yeah, if you
Point
guys
of
can.
privilege. In 2017, officers were added, but their funding was not done through anything more than reserves. And we got our graphs of our reserves doing a very steep decline as we were taking reserves and throwing it into the police department deficit. Because the public safety mill levy had not been raised in order to pay for the additional officers. And for 2 years, talk to some of the former colleagues who sat on this council, for 2 years, that did not change. There were members of this council who talked about public safety, who said we need to address how we fund our public safety, but for 2 years, nothing happened. So I hear your urgency. I'm asking you, where were you in 2018? There was no urgency in 2018. So I see this fundamentally as a change in the direction of wind. Okay, fine, be it. That's what the wind does, it changes direction. But I see this as fundamentally a change between the city council and the detention center and the sheriff. Because it hasn't been last year that the city council and our public safety officers and our public safety apparatus within the city wanted beds in the detention center. That didn't start last year. That has been going on time, year after year after year after year, with it not being addressed by the sheriff's department. So we're saying we want 20 beds. Who's saying we're going to get 20 beds? We've been asking for beds. We were told in order for our MAP program to work, for our downtown officers to be able to pick people up, put them in temporary holding, in order to get them to the point where they would accept treatment. That didn't happen. Each time they had officers to take to the detention center to be able to hold them, to use the carrot and the stick approach, the answer was no bed, no bed. So what fundamentally has changed is the city of Billings actually going to demand beds available to us? Because that has been a promise that was never fulfilled. So if there's any kind of agreement with the county commissioners, I say we don't really need an agreement with the county commissioners. We need an agreement with the sheriff. Because the sheriff is an elected official. And year after year after year, we have wanted those beds and they weren't available. So fundamentally, what needs to change is not the city council to the commissioners. The change needs to be between the city council and the sheriff. Because if we pay for 20 beds, I promise you, it is not going to be easy for us to get 20 beds. So if we're buying 20 beds, we better get delivered 20 beds. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Chris, I just ask you to make a little note on staff level, because any letter, I think Councilmember Joy makes a good point. If it's just the commissioners, they say they provide the dollars, but maybe we do want to have the sheriff as a signatory to any sort of agreement. Other discussion on the substitute motion, Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I think Councilmember Choi is correct. I was here, I think, started after 2018, and that was a really big topic, and the police were underfunded, and we were able to pass a couple of safety mill levies, and we did get some good funding of police, and we just found that it was pointless because they couldn't arrest the people and put them in jail. There was no place for them to go. We find our city in a really critical public safety issue where criminals just do what they want to do. And the police know that, and the criminals know that, and nothing happens to them. And so, as Councilwoman Owen said, our police officers' morale is not good. I mean, they feel defeated when they're out there because they can't do what they need to do. And I think you're right. I mean, we've done what we can by increasing our public safety dollars. It is up to the sheriff to allow those people to find a place for them. And I think that's a very good point, that we need to make sure the sheriff is involved in this. But I think, I don't like the idea of the city funding this. I think Councilmember Kennedy points out very well that this is double funding. But I'm willing to do this for our community and for the police officers. We have to be able to have them stay on. I've heard that some of them have left their positions and because of the fact they can't do their job. I wouldn't want to work in the city as a police officer if I saw a crime in front of me and I couldn't do anything. I had to give them a piece of paper knowing that they were going to go out and do it again. And so I think this is a game changer for our city to have this facility. I think we need to make sure that we do get what we want. Now, I'm gonna support this dollar amount, but I can only support it if we make sure that we're getting, the number of beds, making sure that we're having that. I don't know if the MEP beds are a part of this or not. I'd like to know if that's even possible, So I think that's something we need to talk about to make sure we have some of that. But again, it's only a pre-arraignment only. It's not a substitute for jail expansion. I think we as a city need to support the county and when they go out for their bond for the jail expansion. I don't think any funds should be transferred until an agreement is completed and signed. So as far as $500,000 immediately, not until the ink is dried. They're building 96 beds. I've talked to officers who said they could fill that up in a weekend. So I think that we have a serious problem that we're not hearing from, really from the management that says that there is problems out there. And so I think that we need to make sure that, a 30-bed issue is probably way too light. I think we need to make sure if we're funding almost half of it, we should at least request that they give us more than half of that. Plus, again, because the city is funding a lot of the county funds that are going into this facility, we should ask for 75 of those 96 beds. We should ask for a lot more because our city can use it. Now, it doesn't mean we have to fill them up all the time and they're not being used. Great, let them put them in there. But when our police officers are out there having to arrest people and they need to be arraigned, they need to have a bed there to go to. And then I think we need to make it clear that this is a one-time obligation, one-time funding for this. This is a county responsibility that a problem has developed over decades because of the fact that maybe the last expansion didn't get voted in by the public. So I think going forward, they need to make sure that we work together to make sure there's enough jail space in the future times. And again, liability waiver, I think that's been discussed. We got to make sure that that's in there. And remember, again, as brought up, Yellowstone County Sheriff's Office is really in charge of that facility. We need to make sure they're on board. I agree with the having some type of a delay in there. If it's some of the money gets pulled back if there's not a delay in there, but I think we need to make sure that really there is no delays. We can work with them to try to make it sooner if possible. I'd like to see that facility up and running sooner. When we talked about the $500,000 going with the temporary facility, it would probably be up and running in a month with, 18 beds or so, and we would have something for our officers. So we're going to have to wait another 18 months before we can provide this very necessary tool for our officers to work. So I'll support the motion, but I think all of these things have to be in that agreement so that we make sure that the county and the sheriff will follow through so that our officers will always have those beds there, always being able to serve our community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. December of 1984, I arrested a guy at the Yellowstone County Sheriff's Department, put him in the lockup on the 7th floor, went down and started typing my report. And guess what? The guy walked right past me. So I pulled my gun out and grabbed him and, "What are you doing?" He says, "Guess what? There was no room in the jail." So shortly after that, I quit. I went into banking. So I'll support the $2 million because we have to do this, period, end of sentence.
Councilor Gillick?
Some members of the public, I mean, city residents in particular, may be concerned about being double billed by both the county and the city in order to fund the jail for short-term detention. And I've certainly heard from some members of the public who are fine with that. Like, I would agree with them that the costs of inaction are far greater than the costs of action. And so I do support doing what it takes to get done. But I also did some calculations. Because Billings residents make up a little over 70% of Yellowstone County population, there wasn't quite when I looked at where's the share of money coming from, it didn't change that much from for city residents. I mean, it's not a perfect metric because but as the city share goes up, that means the county county share goes down. So it doesn't really change that much for what the cost that city residents bear. So I can support the substitute motion.
You say you can support it. Okay. Council, let me make a bit of a negotiating question for everybody. I'm just counting the votes, and it's very likely if we proceed to a vote that the $2 million will become the number. I think we also have to remember, though, that once we put that into a letter, and if that's our cap number, I mean, I just, knowing our financial situation, I don't see how we could ever go above that number, especially given the amount that we're talking about writing off to the county. But when we present this to the county, they may not like things like the penalty for not completing construction within the deadline, for example. They might not like the number of beds, especially if Councilmember Neese prevails and he wants 70 beds, all with king-size mattresses, you know. So that causes me some concern until we've actually seen the language of the letter and you've had a chance to debate it, going forward with that number in that letter. And I just raised that, so we can put that high number in, but we don't have any gravy to add at that point as an incentive. So I'm wondering if a wiser move is not to put a range or just to continue to leave it blank until our next meeting, or put in 1.75 or any of those things. Councilmember Aspenleiter is shaking his head, so we'll let him comment. But Councilmember Neese, I saw your hand up first, and then Councilmember Aspenleiter. Oh, Rupsis, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, to kind of tack on to your consternation about the potential penalties, I see that completely different. The county are horrible planners and executors of almost anything construction. I can't think of anything other than a parking lot that they've managed to build and deliver anytime recently. I'm floored that we offered $500,000 for this short-term or temporary facility that we could get up really quickly, and suddenly it's ballooned into a $6 million, 100-bed permanent expansion. We've seen no data. We haven't been involved in any of these committees or subcommittees through the CJCC. We haven't had anybody come here and present to us to talk about it. Councilmember Owen, referenced that there are lots of conversations going on. Well, none of us have been involved in that, and to my knowledge, staff haven't even really been involved. I agree that we have to do something. I feel like we've essentially bribed the commissioners to have this conversation, and now they've said our bribe is not enough. And of course, we're going to pay more because we have to do it. We have to deal with the consequences of a long-term neglect in this facility and mismanagement. I've asked for, can we collect data? I would like to have, the jail should have a dashboard that shows every day, these are the number of people that are in there, these are what status they're in, under what jurisdiction, male, female, what have you. Break it down so we actually have some data that we can say, these are the types of facility that we need, and have comfort that we're protecting taxpayer dollars as we put them into there. As far as the only data that we've heard is staff has consistently said we need about 30 beds that would get us through a weekend, a typical weekend. We would probably fill them up over the weekends, over Friday, Saturday nights, and then we can arraign them on Monday morning, and they'd be kind of lower throughout the week and raise up. If we're going to suddenly say that we will fund $2 million of a permanent 100-bed facility, $6 million facility, we should at least have in the letter that says, if you choose to build something less than a 100-bed facility that you're talking about now, our share will go proportionally down. I mean, let's take history as a guide here and assume that we're not going to get what we're actually talking about right now, and give ourselves a little bit of protection. I also think that on the subject of penalty for late delivery, if that is such a concern that we have to have it now, the penalty should be much higher. It should be $200,000 per month, right? Let's drive the point home that we want this now. We wanted a $500,000 temporary facility up this month, and we've gone completely off track, and we're talking about supporting a full-scale expansion well before the issue goes to the voters and before any kind of master plan is developed and presented to the public. If we're going to put ourselves out there, let's make that penalty for not delivering it much, much higher. We want this now, and we have to have it now. So I would say it's got to be $200,000 per month, and we've got to have something in there that says, if you choose to build anything less than this, all bets are off, or it goes down proportionately, or we come back to the negotiating table to figure out what our contribution will be from there. And those are my thoughts on that. I will support where council wants to go on this, but I really feel like we're being raked over the barrel here and put into a box that, honestly, we shouldn't be in. This is the county's facility. They should have been maintaining this and planning ahead for years. We are already dealing with the cost of them not doing that, and we're contributing more dollars in to get them to the table to do it. So I will support it because we have to, but I sure don't like this.
Thank you very much, Councilor Rasmussen. And Councilmember Boyd, you also join up.
I think I'd only speak to your suggestion that we put a range in. I'm not interested in dragging this out. I think if we put this forward to the commissioners, this is our last best offer. This is the most cash you're going to get out of us. Don't ask for any more. We can negotiate around the fringes about the number of beds. We can negotiate around the fringes on the penalty. I'm with Councilman Rupsis that there needs to be a penalty. I don't know that I would go as severe as $200,000 because I think that starts to turn the deal the other way. But I think there does need to be a hook in the county to make sure that they deliver. I think it's a great idea to make sure that the sheriff is a part of this agreement. As the elected that runs the jail. That's something that we hadn't thought about. I think that's a great idea, and should be considered. None of us like where we're at here. The community doesn't like where we're at here, but we have the opportunity to change the course of the community and change the course of public safety. And if we don't act, we are only relegating our citizens and our constituents to further issues that we are continuing to experience. I'm going to oppose any modification to a range and just stand on the motion as it is.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Boyette. And then we'll work back down, Councilmember Joy and Councilmember Rowan.
Thank you, Mayor. I do like the idea of the facility is not available by a certain date. My only concern is that July 1st, 2015, I don't know how realistic that is. Just looking at our own new city hall with parts and pieces there that we had to order parts 16 months and 18 months in advance. There's got to be a little wiggle room in case we strike oil when we're putting in the pipeline for the water and sewer. That we have to be realistic, and I think we have to have some common sense as far as, well, maybe July 5th is better. I don't know that we can be so rigid with that date is my only concern, not that we shouldn't have one.
Okay, thank you. And I will comment again, Al is in the audience. I don't know he's prepared to come up here and sign in blood on these dates, but he might be willing to comment on that at some point. Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This isn't framed as either. This is not framed as you either want to put in this amount or you don't want to put in anything. There are two motions on the table. The first motion is for one amount. The second motion is for a different amount. There isn't anyone at this table who is saying zero or we don't want anything. It's a matter of which of the two motions and the dollar amounts make more sense. Based on my experience on being on this council for a little time, for a while, 6 years, my seventh year, I will support a $500,000, the first motion that was made. Based on my experience, I think if we put in what we're maxed out in, this is truly a negotiation, and I don't think that's a good strategy. I want to stick with the first motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Rowan.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I will. That the last time we got a presentation from the architect, I believe Al said 12 to 14 months for the first floor, and then a few additional months for the second floor. There was some discussion that I don't think actually got resolved as to whether or not the first floor could open while the second floor was being constructed, if that's safe or secure or whatever. But I think that a June or July 1st date is attainable for at least a portion of beds. And then, Mayor, I would just ask a procedural question. At this point, every council member stated their position. I don't know if you want to move to public comment and then to a vote, but I think we all know where we stand at this point.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I'd like to hear from Al if he's willing to talk to us, and then we'll open up for public comment. All right. Councilmember Bernice?
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, that was what I was going to ask, if we can hear from someone more about this, so we make sure we are informed in some of the time frame and dates and what we're getting.
I'm going to make that invitation then, and Al, you're under no obligation here. I don't think we have subpoena power. I wish we did, but I appreciate your coming and watching, and you've heard the conversations, so comment as you'd like, and we may have some questions for you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Alan Rapaz. I reside at 4840 Pecan Trail, Billings. I'm here to offer myself up for any questions. This is a critical community project. And for some of the comments that were made relative to, well, we haven't seen anything. We're early in the process, and this process is going very fast. So I just want everybody to really understand that. So we are working in conjunction with this phase one, which is short term. And then we are also starting our meetings tomorrow on the larger scale project. So I would just open it up for questions.
Okay. Al, if you can then just address the timing for construction. We've heard that 12 to 14 month period, but what's the starting date for that? Is that the completion of design? If so, how much time for design? How certain you are that 12 to 14 months? And what does that get us? Councilmember Owen mentioned that may deal with a portion of the facility, but not the whole, those sorts of things.
That's a very good question. So let me try and help clear that up. We were looking at approximately a 12-month timeline for the construction of a single floor, approximately 48 beds. And so the discussion continued, and we're trying to also be very smart and using the economy of scale, and the type of structure that we're putting up here is very easy to go one more floor up. Whether we choose to finish the upper floor, I think the county commission was in support of that. In fact, that comment came from them. So initially we were looking at approximately 11 to 12 months, but by doing the second floor, there's a little bit more for design as well as for construction. I think we can all agree with that. So that's where we got into about the 14-month, as Jennifer was saying. It's really a simple structure, and we're hoping that our budget prevails in the estimates. We're at schematics right now. We have no details on it yet, but in light of that, we're being cautious on our estimate as well. But we do feel that the 48 beds will be somewhere in the range of about 4.7 million, and the additional beds on the finished side. So 4.7 will give us a 2-story shell, essentially. Shelled on the upper floor, all the waste coming to that floor level. And then the 1.3 number is for interior finish of that particular upper floor section. So.
Al, the 14 months for the 2 stories, that's construction only? And if so, how much design has to be added onto that?
Let me back up a little bit. I think I can help clear that up. So it was somewhere around 5 months for design on the smaller one. Will probably be more like 6 to 6.5 months for design. And then the remainder of that will be the construction term, public bidding and the construction term.
So the 14-month period included design? Or did not
Yes.
include design?
Yes, and so 14 to 16 months will include design and construction turnkey.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Councilmember Kennedy had a question. Councilmember Boyette had a question.
Al, why not build dormitory style? We did a dormitory style back in 1998. We added 100 beds on. Why wouldn't you build this? It's a dormitory style and not have all the separate little rooms and everything in there.
We're taking the lead from the jail staff, Commissioner Kennedy. This wasn't our decision, so there was a wish for these to be hard cells, 3 people max in each cell.
Okay, the other question I have for you is if this is a permanent structure onto the old building, then it will, once a new jail is built, this will be not used any longer, correct?
No, that is not correct.
Okay. Can you comment on that?
Yes, I could further comment on that. I think that we're adding a little bit of insurance to this larger scale project. If for some reason this larger scale project isn't successful through the community, we at least have 100 more beds, 96 beds. The other thoughts that we had was, there have been no decisions on what some of the flex space could be on the upper level. There are many, many needs in the jail right now, and we're looking at the master plan of the entire complex. So this will not only provide us for 96 new beds, it will also provide us a little bit of flexibility for this space once the new jail is successfully bonded and constructed. But there's no assurances of that either. So that's all I can say about that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Okay, thank you. I recognize Councilmember Boyette and then back Councilmember Neese and Joy.
Thank you. So tentatively, this will be on our agenda next week, Monday. Let's say it's approved, and then let's say the commissioners approve it. When would be the date that we could move in your mind? We have in here maybe June 1st of next year or July 1st of next year. Are those realistic dates? Can you give us something that we can hold our hat on and say, yes, it should be done, if everything goes well, by this date?
I can't do that yet because we haven't resolved this part of the communication to the council. So we don't know when when the gun will go off for design. All we're saying right now is if this is accepted this week, next week, it'll be 14 to 16 months. And everybody, this is in the top of everybody's interests. I will tell you that. I've worked with them all. We've been to Commissioner Owen's group meeting. We went with the commission. And so it's a hot potato right now. So, I hate to not be able to give you June or July, but this thing may go on for 2 more months. We don't know. All we're saying is 14, 12, 14, 16 months. So.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Neese and Councilmember Joy.
Thank you. A couple of questions. Did I understand you to say that the county has not determined if they're going to build out the 48 floors on the top yet? That decision hasn't been made yet?
They haven't given us a final decision on that, Commissioner Neese.
Okay.
But they do know that those beds would be filled quickly.
Okay. And then these cells that you're building, can they be utilized for other types of criminals that are held longer than 72 hours?
No, we're not providing some of the amenities that you would require for that, such as exterior exercise areas and things like that. So this is strictly designated for a 3-day hold.
So, but you mentioned some flex space up above on the second floor. So could that be retrofitted someday to allow that this facility could be used for more of a permanent, long-term holding facility?
what we have done is we've been creative in using the masonry on the outside and providing chases on the inside, and then using a metal wall detention system that we can leave in place, we could take out, we could move, and retrofit with some other function or reuse. So we're trying to build in as much flexibility as we can in that way.
So it could be utilized for long-term detention of criminals in the future?
Not this facility, no.
Not this facility, not the upper
It
floor at
doesn't,
all?
because it doesn't have exterior exercise area. That would have to be added to it if we chose to go to that.
Okay. Do you know if there's room in there to actually add something like that to it?
There is, yes. We
Okay.
have the ability to add that.
Thank you.
Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Is there a design standard that you must meet in order to hold detainees? You mentioned 3 people, and the Department of Corrections and the Department of Justice have a standard for detaining a person up to 72 hours. And is this built to that standard? Thank you.
Yes, it is. We have sized the bed area, clear area, 35 square feet per inmate, times 3 is 110 in a certain location where they are sleeping, unrestricted area, and then there's the bathing toiletry facility in it. Yes.
Okay, Councilmember Gillick?
Al, thanks so much for coming. Your information is really helpful. So I think maybe to a first question I have 2 questions. The first was to something that Councilmember Owen alluded to is can the first floor be occupied while the second floor is being finished? Can a certificate of occupancy be done? In terms of just, again, we're trying to get something functioning as soon as we possibly can, but.
Well, I think the way we've handled that is we have access to it indirect. So we don't have to go through the lower level to access the upper level. And what we're trying to do is have the ability to house females and males, right? Because there are also females out there that are under warrant as well. In detention work, it's best to go in and get the work done. We could possibly phase the lower level to get that done earlier in terms of the finish part of it, and continue with the construction up above. And we're still trying to figure out where the equipment is going. The mechanical room has been moving around, and we're still in design. But I think we finally have resolved that as well. So ideally, it would be best to finish it all. And we've been calling suppliers on the detention equipment. It's a long lead time, and it's business is good, I would say. And so on a smaller facility, we may be sitting for a little bit waiting for some of the beds and the wall systems. But does that answer your question, Ed?
I think so. I mean, it's not totally clear. I mean, I know that it's always easier to get it all. It's hard to work around in an occupied building, but just wondering if that is possible. It sounds like it maybe is the answer.
It's a great idea. And I think, if anything, I'll bring that forward.
Okay.
And, let's talk about it.
And then a follow-up question is, we've really benefited in the city by having some studies done, the CPSM studies for our police and fire service, and I think the council has sent a letter to the county suggesting that we do the same for the jail. What are best practices for running facility, for staffing it, and what sort of allocations of types of spaces we should have, and So I'm glad to hear that there's potential for some flexibility. I mean, I do feel uncomfortable making any real decisions until we have some sort of study like that in hand. So knowing that can be some flexibility is helpful. We may find that, again, we're asking for a somewhat smaller number of short-term rooms than are being contemplated here. And so the ability to potentially have them, the balance of them being used for another purpose is good. So I'm glad to hear that it could be retrofitted to have longer-term criminals. Yeah, I guess to the degree that flexibility, keep doing that. That sounds really good because, again, I do feel uncomfortable trying to quarterback from what I really don't know what we should be going towards. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Aspenlider?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Al, I had asked and implored on Commissioner Morrison and Commissioner Oslin to also look at alternative contracting methods to try to speed this up, particularly looking at design-build contracting or progressive design-build contracting, trying to get a contractor turned loose quicker in the process to expedite some of these things, knowing that we have long lead items and those types of things. Have you had any conversations with the commissioners about the way that you're going to structure this contract and trying to work it as a design build or progressive design build with getting a contractor in early to speed this process up?
Yes, we have. And that's part of our goal here too. We know how important this is to the whole community. We've been talking about a construction manager coming in, working with us even in the design portion. You know, I respect a lot of the contractors around here, and much the same, we did it on the women's addition to the Yellowstone County Jail, same way. And I think on the flip side, I think contractors enjoy working with us because we don't have the egos. And, you know, it's just one thing to get a functional, simple building and move on it. And that's our goal. So, and, you know, we hope we can attain that goal. We hope we can supersede that goal. So that is our focus. Yes.
Okay. We do want to have opportunity for public comment by anyone else who's in the audience again. Councilmember Kennedy? Was this for Al or?
No.
Okay. Anything else for Al? Okay, we'll let you sit down.
Thank you, Council.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor, for your support too.
Okay.
I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Mayor, just a quick question of Chris before we get public comment. Chris, this is a 72-hour hold. So these are what's going to happen, because we've had a lot of folks that have been picked up on state statute and taken to the jail. Are they going to be taken into the jail when our officers bring them and book them? Because they don't qualify for the 72-hour, which is just a holding. So how are we going to, I guess I have some questions on that, because as our officers said, they have brought people in and they have been, booked and left. So I'm just questioning that, because that's a sheriff call. Or whoever the jailer is at that time. So I'm just concerned.
Gina's also pulling her microphone close to her, but Chris, you want to start off?
Well, I would just ask that Councilmember Owen, who's been on the committee and has listened to comments, and the city attorney really are in a much better position to answer that, because I don't know the daily operational components of how the system will work.
Gina, why don't you comment? We'll ask Councilmember Owen also if she would like to chime in.
Thank you, Councilmember Kennedy and Mayor and Council. So anybody who's arrested could be placed into that facility, and after that, that suspect, the offender, the potential inmate, is seen by the judge, then the judge is going to be making the determination of whether that person needs to be released out on, with conditions, monitoring, electronic monitoring, that kind of thing. Or if the judge is going to remand that person into longer custody, with a higher bail or something, and that at that point, the detention center administrator is going to have to make the decision, who is there room in the longer term facility? Are they going to move people around? Are they just going to make room over there? Those are the kinds of decisions. But anybody who's arrested could be placed in the short term, the pre-arraignment facility. It doesn't have to be municipal infractions, or it can be state code violation, any kind of crime. So.
Okay, Councilor Owen, do you want to comment?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think that's very consistent with the conversations that we've had with the jail commander, the sheriff, the commission, that these, and in fact, it's what's in the staff memo here, that our beds would be regardless of the charge. So what I don't want us to do, what I feel quite strongly about, is that we not be confined to municipal infractions only. That's going to be part of what our officers deal with, but they are arresting people on a variety of crimes. The reality operationally is right now, violent felonies will go in to be held until they see a judge at the main facility. So what we're trying to do is get that lower level. So violent felonies will go in, and there will always be people who don't have to be incarcerated, right? We're not jailing everybody, but there are low-risk offenders who need to be held until they see a judge. Our officers are trained on how to make those field decisions, and this gives them the tool to do that. So what's here in the staff memo is beds for BPD officers regardless of charge. Yeah, and that's been our conversation. We've had really strong support from the jail commander on that.
Okay. I'm just going to make a few comments, and we'll ask the council whether you want to hear additional public comment. It'd be a little unusual. Everybody who's here has had a chance to comment publicly, but given the significance of the event or the topic, we may want to. I am inclined to support the substitute motion. It bothers me a little bit because we don't have all of the pieces in place. I'm okay with the number if I knew that that was the end of the story. It makes me a little nervous that there may be further negotiations that may change the picture for us in substantial ways, but I do think it's important that we have a substantial majority of the council to create that momentum and send the message to both commissioners and the public how important this is. I would recommend, though, for staff as we work on this letter, we heard Al say a 14-month period, and then at one point he added 2 more months to it, to 16 months. So we're going to have to figure out where in that range to pick a number. And I think realistically we should tie that to the execution of the agreement, not to a hard and fast actual date, because there might be some delay in developing the agreement, and the county commission will probably be hesitant to pull the trigger on the design until we have that agreement. Maybe not, maybe Al's already been given the go-ahead, but that's a concern. On the number of beds, I was okay with the 30 because that was roughly a third of 90-plus beds. And $2 million was the neighborhood of what we were talking about before when you added in what we would set aside for past issues. If we actually gave $2 million cash plus that, we're getting closer to the half number, and although less than the half number. So we may want to determine whether we have a use for a number greater than 30, but not a whole lot more than 30. Call it 30 to 40, something in that vicinity. To Councilmember Rupsis's point, I don't see a need to try to put in language that we would reduce our contribution if the overall size was less. We haven't heard any talk of that being a possibility. Also, I don't see that it would impact us. As long as our guarantee is for our beds, I think that's the only thing that we can be insistent upon. I would hope that, and of course the council or the commission partners and the contractors are going to need some sort of a grace period. Bad things happen in construction, and we just know that would happen. And Gina, kind of last thing, though, I would hope that you could look at the language, any sort of agreement or letter that we send to the county commissioners and really focus on call it our guarantee language, our bed guarantee language. Is that communicating what we want? Because that's really is so fundamental. And we are, in effect, by contract, limiting the discretion of the sheriff. I think we're saying, these are our beds, and your discretion to say no to those beds is very limited. And that's going to be different from what the sheriff has done in the past, understandably, but it's fundamental to this proposed agreement. So, Council, what do you think? Was there anybody else who wanted, or Councilmember Boyette?
I think that since the folks have been here for 4.5 hours, I think they should have an opportunity.
They've earned it?
They've earned it.
Okay.
Especially sitting on our benches.
Okay, then we will have public comment, and normally if you've already talked, we would not allow a second, but this is an exception. So if anybody here would like to be heard, please come forward. We will just ask to keep it to 3 minutes. And actually, Gary, you didn't comment at all before, did you?
Well, you guys treated my wife so well last week that I didn't want you to suffer through two Buchanans, and the nice one was last week. Well, first of all, what your discussion tonight was extremely intelligent, in my view. I have the same skepticism that you do. 4 years ago, I stood up in front, some of us stood up in front of a public safety meeting at the Northern Hotel. At that point, we were talking $50 million for a new jail. Interest rates were 2 5/8. We've been working with a number. Oh, and the other thing, I'm moving. I don't know what ward I'm moving into. I'm building a house on Pryor Road, whoever that is. I would love to find your contractor that could do that second floor for $1.3 million. I just don't buy it. And I think you should be very careful on some things. This is a county responsibility. That's what frustrates you, and that's what frustrates me, because I've been working on it. One of the commissioners told me he was going to give me a history of jails. I was working on jails at 25 years old with Mike Greeley at the Attorney General's office. And that was 50 years ago. And then my broker quit at Merrill Lynch, and I applied for his job and moved to Billings. We have been dealing with numbers that work. It includes not finishing out the jail. And the number we had was 4.6, and it's now 4.7. And that we think that 1.7 was the number where maybe you guys could agree on. And I'm not a negotiator, but I can tell you that the county has to accept more responsibility here. And I think if you go to $1 million, we think if you can get something done, it's wonderful. And we'll support you. You had the best conversation tonight. We've dealt with a lot of you and talked and tried to listen. And so whatever you do, we're very, very appreciative. But and Dave's going to maybe speak more to the numbers. We're glad to move on. That's what we want. But I would make the agreement pretty tight. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. Dave.
Well, I too appreciate 3133 Ben Hogan. It's been an interesting evening tonight, and it's an example of the petri dish of democracy in America, right? And I appreciate the deliberation, the negotiations, and I can tell you this has not been easy for us to work our way through as well. I did appreciate Councilperson Joy's comment about the winds of change in the community. And let me tell you about my winds of change. My winds of change changed this summer when my niece was murdered in Fargo. And that began my change. And I looked around at the community, and the community's winds have changed too. I want you to know that. And we sense that every day when our little group goes out and meets with people. I think Councilperson Kennedy hit it on the head too. We need more cops. It's part of the process, but we need a place to put people who are messing up the community. This is a broken window solution. We all know that broken window concept. And so many people are thumbing their nose at broken windows, and this is going to be something in the community that says, we're moving forward. I know there are elements of this that have a certain amount of uncertainty, but I support Councilperson Ospenleider's motion. I think it's the right thing to do right now. Our group generally does as well. The public will support that, I believe, as well. And I will also say that we have had conversations with the commissioners, one by one. I think you'll get their support too. So thank you very much for your hard work tonight. I think it's an amazing evening. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Any other public comment?
Michelle Johnson, Blue Creek. I've got a different take. As a citizen, I'm a little insulted and a little angry with the quibbling over $2 million, $3 million when it wasn't too long ago when it was 142 million and we're all excited about a rec center. Oh my gosh, let's get this rec center. And now it's like 3 million. And that's nothing compared to what you guys were looking at. And I know it's a different thing. It's Parks and Rec, and I get all that. But as a citizen, we're looking at what you're doing. And that's what I'm looking at. If I were a police officer and I saw you guys up here doing the blame game and lamenting, and they're out there and have their lives online, I'd be a little mad about this $2 million, $3 million discussion. I've seen you guys play the shell game a lot on other projects. So what I'm asking you to do is just step up to the plate and do what you need to do. Don't write off the $1 million, just do the $3 million and get the darn job done. It needs to be done. So work together with the county. I know you don't like them. They don't like you guys. I get that. Just do what needs to be done. That's all you've got to do.
Very good, thank you. Any other public comment? No one's coming forward, so close that period. Back to council. We still have a motion on the table, which will proceed to a vote. Final discussion. Councilmember Denise?
Yeah, Mayor, I'll support the motion. I know it's only for the dollar amount, which I don't like going for the dollar amount now. I think we need to work out some of these other details, but the motion for us, I'll support it. It's kind of like going to a car dealer and saying, yeah, I got $20,000 to spend. I need a 4-door car, and they get your 4-door car, but you don't get the air conditioner or the power windows and all that. You get, roll up. So I think we need to be very careful on what we're doing. The devil's in the details, and we need to make sure that letter spells out all the details. I have a concern, and I encourage you guys to talk to police officers on the street, ask them what they think the bed size is. I'm told this a lot more. We heard from a business today about how they had some 50 calls. They didn't even call them in but one. And over $200,000 in their cost that they had to spend because of their business. So that's just one, it was a large business. But I think when we finally staff our police with the number of officers that we have the beds available, this will be filled up. And our city is going to continue to grow. And there's nothing in this agreement that even talks about, any additional beds in the future. Yes, the jail expansion will hopefully take care of that. But as we heard tonight also, this facility can be easily converted to a long-term facility and filled up. And when the officers come in, yes, maybe we'll have 30 beds, but we won't have any more, and they'll be turning them away, and we're back in the same position we were now. And I think we need to make sure that this type of facility or these type of beds are always going to be available through the sheriff's office. But I will support this, but I think we have a lot of details to work out. Thank you.
Very good. Any other final comments before we proceed to a vote? Okay, and I just want to express appreciation to our county commissioners for meeting us on this issue. I think we all recognize how important it is, and they do as well. I also think it's important for us to reinforce that whatever number we come forward, this agreement will say that this is our final number. And to me, that's a big insurance policy. That puts the risk on the county of cost overruns. which if you've ever been involved with a construction project, you know the likelihood of that. So I think that's also very important for kind of managing the city's risk, because we do have some limited dollars out there. So ready to vote? Councilmember Ripsis?
I just want to know, Mayor, are we going to have discussion on other points around the letter? We've thrown out lots of
I
ideas,
apologize.
but do we want to clear this motion and then talk about other points?
We'll have to do that. This motion is only to establish that number. And again, that's just a direction to staff. It's not binding. It would come back for final approval. On the motion, anything else, Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Excuse me. Thank you. In the city of Billings, our residential homeowners outnumber our businesses. And our residential property tax payers pay the lion's share of the cost. They pay into our general fund, and our general fund gets used for our public safety and small amounts for our parks and our administration. Overwhelmingly, our property taxes are carried by our residential property owners. The county has a slightly different tax base. They have a lot of agricultural land. Agricultural land does not tax well. It doesn't contribute a lot. But they do have some really good taxpayers, property taxpayers. They're called centrally assessed, but they are utilities. They are Northwest Energy. There are refineries. There are really big taxpayers. A lot of those businesses can take their taxes off of their taxes, but our residential property taxpayers do not. And even though we will receive a tremendous amount of the benefit of any expansion, and that's why I support the first motion, I want those benefits to come to our city, and I want our residential our residents to benefit from that. But we're putting a lot onto our property tax owners that the county, even though they have residential properties too, some of them are quite high in their value, and they have some big hitters when it comes to refineries paying taxes. So I'm going to vote against the substitute motion. I support the first motion, but it will not pass. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Council will proceed to the vote. Again, the motion is just to plug in that number with the $2 million cash number divided between 2 years, 750 plus the original first year at 500. So all in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay.
Nay.
Voting in opposition, Councilmember Joy. All other council members voting in favor. That fills in one blank. Councilmember Ripsis or others, and we still need to give direction, or I think it's understood that the staff will be working on a letter generally consistent with the staff report that you've already seen. But is there any tweaking in there that you want to do? Councilmember Owen?
Mayor, I'm about to find out if I have to tweak. So, Chris, from your perspective, I think, and also to address a little bit of Councilmember Joy's heartburn here, it's my belief, and based on the staff memo, I think your belief as well, that the contribution in 24, 25, and 26 will be predominantly from marijuana revenues, not general fund revenues. Do you need some sort of council vote so that when the budget comes to us, it reflects that? Or is that clear to everybody here?
The more clarity you want to give, the better. We've got the crime prevention fund. That's where the marijuana money goes. That's where the 2 mills goes. That's where the opioid money goes. We have other midterm obligations we've made there. So it's not, that's roughly $1 million a year. So we've made commitments there. And I know you and others remain equally committed to the Family Justice Center. So just today, I was on the phone in that conversation. So whether it's which fund it is, it's all out of property taxes, out of the general fund budget at the end of the day.
Well, not the marijuana revenues. Those are not, right?
Sure.
So, because I think for this fiscal year, '24, a majority of that 500,000 is marijuana revenue. Not the 2 mil, right? The 2 mil is going to other things like Septet and Crew and other things. And so I want us to maintain that across the next 2 budget cycles, whatever that line item is for that 500,000 portion, that we just carry that across and minimize the impact to the general fund.
So let me, based on Andy's response to my answer earlier, almost. So I wasn't too far off. I was a little conservative. Andy's teaching me well. How much money do we get off of the 3%? Between 600 and 650,000 annually. Remember, we've allocated 200 of that for the law and justice portion. So you got, let's call it between 400 and 450,000 of the marijuana dollars that have not been pre-allocated to something. It's been generally allocated to crime prevention. So I would say of the 750 addition here, you can get the lion's share of it from there, but you'll also need another roughly 1 mil of value, 250,000 added to that, and you'll have the 750 commitment for the next 2 years.
Agreed. So I'm just trying to understand what the staff budget will come to us saying, and whether or not we need to address that tonight.
Well, the way I would take it is actually, let's just keep it clear. I would ask you to make the motion. You want it to come out of marijuana? Let's say that and let's vote on that. Then we'll know. Boom, there's where it's coming from. And then we know we've got to meet the gap above that. And the only place to get the gap above that is from the general fund.
And so what is the amount that we're putting in FY24? How much of that is coming from marijuana revenues?
I'm sorry, I've got it in my head and on my board as the $1 million. I guess half of that comes from marijuana and half of that comes from the 2 mills.
Right.
And we've got $500,000 in there, 500,000 allocated for the jail. So
The number we were using before, I think, was 370 for fiscal year '24.
370 for marijuana revenues.
marijuana.
Okay, so then I would move that, I guess I would make a motion to direct staff that the fiscal year 25 and 26 budgets be presented with this financial commitment, 370,000 minimum coming from marijuana revenues. Or more. That's why I said minimum.
Okay, that's direction to staff. It's relevant to this. Sure, we've got a motion, we've got a second, and it's really looking forward into the budgeting process. But any discussion on the motion? Okay, if in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. If opposed, nay. Okay, so that clarifies that. Now, anything else about the letter? We've talked about a lot of different things. Of course, you'll see a copy of the letter. I'll have an opportunity to fiddle with it, but it'd be nice to have as little fiddling as possible. Councilmember Ripsis.
Yeah, so we have had a lot of ideas thrown out. I don't know if you want to do a motion for everyone or just kind of get staff consensus since it's, or see if you can just get a hand-raised consensus or whatever to give staff direction. But I still think that we need to be very clear that our commitment is based on a 100-bed facility. I feel very different about saying we're going to give $2 or possibly $2.7 million for a 48-bed, $4.7 million facility than I do saying we're going to get 100 beds for 100 beds for 6, whatever. So I think we need to be very clear on that. And the other thing is I do think we need to increase so maybe the way to encourage that would be to say that second year payment, that FY26 payment, is dependent on all 100 beds being completed.
Okay, and if I can just ask, Al has left, but I think the number was in the 90s, right?
Yeah,
It was
96. Yeah.
96?
Right. I think it's 96, 48 on each floor.
Okay. Any reason not to just include that as part of our letter, that's understanding, that's a condition of our commitment, this total 96-bed capacity? That's a question, discussion, Councilmember Reese?
I agree. I think that should be a part of it, that this is conditioned upon being designed and built as a 96 bed facility as pre-arraignment. What we don't want them to do is convert it to long-term. So as a pre-arraignment.
Okay, is there any question that there's adequate need for that many pre-arraignment beds. Because what we don't want is those perfectly good beds that could be used for a longer term incarceration just to be sitting empty. That would be a shame. Councilmember Owen?
Mayor, I think I would just be clear that the portion of beds that we're requesting for city use be pre-arraignment. As we've talked about a lot on this council, there are significant concerns in this community with probation and parole. And if the county chooses to have an agreement with P&P for some of those other beds, I think that is tremendous benefit to our community to start to have more accountability on probation and parole. So that's an administrative infraction, not a pre-arraignment hold. And so I think I would confine the strong language about what people are being held there to the beds that we are requesting.
Yeah, and I'll just chime in. I agree. We're not paying for this whole thing. And the county commissioners could take it wrong if we're telling them how to use their beds.
I don't disagree with that. I think there are other needs that maybe use that. So, yeah, the beds that we need, and I don't think tonight, well, again, I think 75, I could be high. But I really encourage you to talk to the officers about this. I think when you talk to the officers, you're going to find 30 is not going to be enough. And again, we got a plan for city growth. There's really we're going to hire more officers, this next fiscal year, and we're going to see a need. There's pent up demand. And so initially it may be full for a while, then it'll hopefully the city crime rate will come down and we'll see it kind of even out.
Okay, but I was not hearing any objection to Councilmember Rupsis's basic point that a condition of our funding is on a 96 total capacity structure. Is that
Actually
correct?
being built out, right, exactly. Yep.
Okay, everybody's kind of nodding their heads on that? Okay.
So Mayor, on that point, I wonder if we should just give ourselves some flexibility to say, you know what, we believe that the number we need right now is 30, but let's revisit this annually over the first 5 years or whatever to determine what those should be. There might be some adjustment.
I guess my inclination would be it should be generally proportional. And if we move to 2 million, we should get more than 30. We can always surrender those, but it could be difficult to try to get them back later. That'd be my realistic thinking. Councilmember Rowan?
Thank you, Mayor. I think I would I think we should be looking at the staff memo for what's proposed here. So what's been proposed is at least 30 beds. I think we have to acknowledge that things are going to fluctuate. There's going to be an agreement. We're doing a warrant roundup and we're going to go round some people up and that's going to spike. And then there's going to be times when it's lower. And I think if we want the county to cooperate with us, we have to be willing to cooperate with them. So I think saying something like at least 30 beds every 24 hours is sufficient. I think if we start getting really hard line, then we're going to get hard line back and we might not want that. So I would just encourage us I think the staff memo here has proposed at least 30 beds. I think that's good language. And I think we need to realize that we're going to have an ongoing working relationship, as we do now, between BPD and the jail to say, hey, is there space? Can we go do this? Can we do that? So I think it's important that we be clear about our expectations, but that we don't go overboard.
Okay, Councilmember Rupsis?
Yeah, I'm fine with all that. On this idea of the delivery date and contributions for being late or holdbacks for being late. I think we heard estimates anywhere from 12 to 14 to 16 months. So I think it should probably be more stated based on 14 months from contract, signing. And I'm still in favor of a larger penalty for not delivering that because, I guess if we're holding back the second payment until all 100 beds are delivered, maybe we're covered there, but I'd still be, if council's not comfortable with 200,000, 100,000 or something like that. I think it should be significant.
Okay, because currently what we were kicking around was a $50,000 a month penalty or some, I believe, right? Was that the number we were using? Is there consensus that should be higher or lower than $50,000 a month? And realize this is only a penalty. There's no incentive for early completion. That's often the way you can do it is instead of giving full 2 million, we say, 1.5 or 1.7, but if you get her done early, then here's some benefit, but that may be complicating too much. So any thoughts about the dollar amount? Councilmember Boyette.
So I would defer to Councilmember Aspenleiter. How realistic is 14 months in your experience from the date of the contract?
And by contract, did you mean our signing of an MOU with the?
No.
Okay, if you're talking a contract.
Signing of the contract between the county and Schutzfoss, because that's when the clock
Okay.
starts for them.
Okay. All right. Sorry, go ahead. If you can answer,
So
Councilmember Boyette.
I'll try to answer your question, but I'm just a dumb dirt guy. Ed's the vertical guy. I think it's realistic with some alternative contracting methodology to fast track these things. I mean, we did the Lockwood High School, which was $48 million on a fast track timeline like this to hit certain marks and specific marks, and it is most certainly achievable. Only achievable if you use an alternative contracting method. If you do a traditional design bid build, there's no way you get this done in 14 months. So I think by putting this stipulation in and putting a penalty tied to when they sign the contract to Schutzfoss, which is probably better than a date on a calendar, that allows the county flexibility. That also gives everybody a firm date. We get a copy of that contract, and that also then kind of puts the commission in a box to be using an alternative delivery method, from my perspective.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Ripsis.
I wonder then, I'm suddenly concerned about the county dragging their feet signing with Schutzfoss, right? We can get this contract, this MOU signed between us, the city and the county, but then getting the, if that's not until the architect's contract is engaged, maybe we need to set a time limit of this. This assumes that we will have, the architect engaged or under contract within 30, 60, 90 days, whatever is reasonable.
If you can comment, go ahead. And then we'll look to our architect.
Yeah, and Councilman Rupsis, that's a good question. I posed that very same question to the commissioners. Al left, so I'll say it publicly. They have already moved forward with the geotechnical investigation, which is the crux of starting these projects. They've already signed some contractual commitments to be moving this thing forward. I'm not necessarily concerned about that part because they're already spending money on the assumption that we're collectively going to come to some level of agreement. So I'm not as concerned about that part. I think that will work itself out rather quickly.
Councilmember Gielich, you want to comment on this?
Yeah, I guess my thought was actually I was going to make the same point as Tom. It is give them an incentive for us to come to agreement, the city and the county, by adding, I could see us saying 18 months. Like we give them the outside window of 14 to 16 months for construction. We give them 2 months. Maybe that's too generous, but just so that for us to. My concern is the same as Tom's in terms of that. Just it could drag things out. This gives incentive for us to come to agreement quickly.
Okay, and I assume there's agreement that we would not transfer any dollars, including the first $500,000, until there was an agreement with Schutzfoss and the train was going down the tracks.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else about this details of this letter? Okay, then I don't think we need another motion. We've established the number. There's consensus that a letter should be prepared. Councilmember Joy.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. How do we best, I guess this is kind of a larger question, how do we best address the sheriff's portion of what we want to accomplish here? Because fundamentally, I believe that this is a change in the relationship and that we need to somehow address that. And maybe that's a question for a little bit farther down the road. And this is just a letter contemplating something to the county commissioners in terms of finance, making our offer of finance. But fundamentally, I think we need to address that, maybe not in this letter, but in some form, because sheriffs get elected. Sooner or later, Sheriff Linder won't want to be sheriff anymore. And the next person might decide they'd like to campaign on locking up more people and using what the city has really paid for whatever purpose. So I really think this needs to be really clear, and maybe this isn't the instrument to do it, and we need a different instrument.
Thank you, Councilmember Joy. I would just agree with what you said, and the more clarity we can get in this letter, the better. Which is part of the reason I asked our city attorney to really focus on that, and all of us to think about that. But this letter will not be a contract. This letter is, in fact, a non-binding letter of intent, with the goal that we then go to the next step of a binding contract, a memorandum of understanding that will be a binding contract. And so we could enforce that. Of course, this, in all likelihood, our money would have gone out the door. So our ability to enforce that would be not easy. It would be by specific performance or trying to get our money back or something. It would be very messy. But we want to have clarity in that agreement for sure.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kennedy, Councilmember Aspen, Leiter?
Mayor, the one question is about the sheriff. The county commissioners have to execute all contracts. All of those contracts come through the county commission. All funding and all of that funding has to go through the county commissioners, and that all goes through the budget time. So if the commissioners are signing on this, then the commissioners have committed the county on this, that if the sheriff decided to take in more people or whatever with other contracts, it still has to go through the county commissioners. And so we can mention the sheriff in it, but it's a binding agreement with the county, and the county commissioners are the ones that have to make that decision.
Very good, thank you. And Jane, I just asked that you look at a little bit what the powers of the sheriff are statutorily for the management of the jail. And we'll want to cite that in any sort of agreement. And I see no downside to getting the sheriff's signature on an MOU, even if it still he may be bound by the commissioners. But if only as a moral statement, if nothing else on that. So thank you for that clarification. Councilmember Aspen.
And Councilmember Rupp and I had been talking about this, and I had asked the question about, improved data. I know Councilwoman Owen has been working on that with the subcommittee, with the jail subcommittee. I did talk to County Attorney Twito about how can we at least see some level of a dashboard to see who's in, who's out, and what would that look like. His comment to me was that would be difficult to do on the overall jail because their systems are antiquated, and that's part of the upgrade in the new jail. He did think that there may be some ability to provide the city a better dashboard or a better view day to day of who's in this 72-hour hold facility. Now, just the 96 beds, that's not the whole jail, just the 96 beds, so that we can have a better view of who's in and who's out and who they're tied to. Are they tied to corrections, PMP, the county, Custer County, who's coming from where and who's in that facility, so that we at least have some level of visibility to that. So I think it's worth asking that. I don't know how that will play itself out in any level of a contract, but I think it's worth noting in this letter that we would like some better visibility on the 72-hour hold facility.
I think it's a very important point. Those of us who have been involved with this issue for years, it's a constant issue of frustration that we don't really know who's in the jail and what the demographics are and the charges and all those issues. So I agree, if staff can work in and we can help fiddle the language, something that asks for data reporting analysis on a daily basis, a weekly basis, a monthly basis, how many beds have we used? And to Councilmember Owen's point, I think this should be a number that's on average, because we may go over that number at any given time, but we need to average that over the course of a month or some other time period to even out those fluctuations. Thank you for making that point. Councilmember Ron?
I just wanted to confirm that I think there will be recommendations out of the jail subcommittee to do much better data and technology systemically as well, not just the jail, but there is recommendations that we need to move cases faster, resolve them faster. All of those systems work in concert, the jail data, the court data, and it is shocking how far behind we are. It really is. And so I think the reality of a request like this is it will likely be manual for a period of time, and so we should be cautious in over asking. But I think there is a concerted shared commitment across the jurisdictions that data and technology and reporting has to improve. So.
Great, thank you very much. Are we done?
Yes.
On this item? Okay, thank you, everybody. We still have, yay, thank you, everybody who was with us this evening. That concludes on item number 4. Item number 5 is our city council retreat discussion. Chris, it's 9:25. I'm sure you and the council do not want this conversation to go for an hour, but I bet you it doesn't have to, right?
Correct. Sorry. Where's the hand mouse that Kevin uses when he passes it off? Oh, no, that's the arrow. It's gone. I guess we're going to have to call it on.
Are you talking about theirs?
No, I was looking for the mouse that would let me scroll it, but that's okay. Yeah, maybe that is exactly right. Over there, okay. Okay, so Mayor and Council, we're thinking about, just preparing for the retreat for March 15 and 16. And if we are to use a timetable similar to the last couple of years, we would, as I said in the memo, start around noon on Friday, go through dinner and the night, start the next morning and go to lunch, but not have a lunch unless you want to have lunch brought in. We'd end it around 12:30 or so. I think the bigger issue really is, what do we want to tackle? What does success look like? And so what I've outlined for you is that these 5 or now potentially 6 strategic goals, you will recognize 5 of them because they're almost verbatim from what your predecessors have adopted prior. However, they were just much more succinct. Improve safety, invest in infrastructure, et cetera. So if our 5 buckets of safety, infrastructure, amenities, library, parks, recreation, trails, the built environment, and the high performance organization, if those are still relevant, we need to confirm that. I certainly think they are, but that is up to you to determine. The 6th issue, I don't want to take too much time tonight on, but as we keep talking about safety, there's just this constant reality that health and safety go together. Now, if you take our overall budget, and if you take, what it is we're in control of as an entity, those things are very small relative to the rest of the organization, right? Substance Abuse Connect, we've been in that for $10,000 a year for the past 5 years. We've got a $1 million crime prevention fund with a $25 million police budget. So scale-wise. So part of it is, do we have the right 5? Should we or should we not deal with this issue of crime prevention? Isn't really police department wheelhouse kind of stuff necessarily. Housing, community development, Substance Abuse Connect, things of that nature. Now, if I were to scroll up, what you haven't seen is 13 pages of these five, the first five strategic goals with objectives and some objectives, actions, and some measurements underneath of them. We could easily spend 8 or 12 or 3 days talking about them all, giving you updates on them, getting you up to speed. I don't necessarily think that's going to be the best use of our time. What I thought is, what really are the policy conversations in some of these buckets? Recognizing, just to take one because it's simple, sustain and upgrade critical infrastructure. If I were to scroll up to that, you're going to find that is the airport, that is the next steps we're taking with the airport to increase freight, to increase air service. You're going to see the rest of it is infrastructure through the Public Works Department. I don't know that we need to take an hour or 2 or 3 during the retreat bringing you up to speed on those projects. We can, but so of the 5, I think potentially we really may want to spend most of our time on these policy issues of safety, of what are we going to do with our future relative to parks, trails component? What are we going to do with the very significant land use decisions that will be made in the next 12 to 18 months with our Senate Bill 382 and our growth policy? And then on the high-performing organizational component, does the council want to spend any time on a discussion regarding the effectiveness of this body? That's high risk, high reward. High risk, lights on fire, and we don't succeed. But just candidly, right? I work with 13 professionals every day. We know there's a fair amount of conflict or disagreements between them relative to how best to run this city and run this operation. And if we do that well, that's a very healthy thing. It's necessary. Conflict, some people cringe at that notion. Other people say that's exactly what we got to do. We got to work through that. The question is, does this body want to spend any time in that space relative to working through how to continue to grow and increase the effectiveness of the 11 of you? Tonight, I think you could make a really good case. There was a lot of really good debate, and in the end, a decision was made 10-1 to support something, and the one who didn't support, I suspect, is not going to walk away from here throwing grenades over the wall that they lost out, because it was the way the discussion was. So anyways, what do you guys want out of this time spent? How do we make sure this time spent is something that you say, as impossible as that is for all 11 of you to feel the same, but that this was worth our time? And I think the last 2 retreats have been worth our time. We've gotten some really good progress out of it, both relationship building and I think setting a path forward. I'll stop there.
So Chris, just a big picture, we've got about 9 hours. We have about 5 hours the first day and 4 hours the second day, minus breaks and transition time.
Yep.
Call it 8 hours.
I'm terrible at breaks, which is why I put in there, we need to have 15 to 20-minute breaks between topics, because I'll just go, and we can't, that's not healthy. Okay. But yes.
So we'll have about twice the amount of time that we've had tonight. We've been here for 4 hours. So just to kind of give you a judgment of what we can accomplish. So I think, Chris, you're asking, we appreciate this. You've reminded us of what we've already decided, big picture. We could try to reinvent this wheel, but I think we want to, my recommendation is we stick as close as possible to the existing wheel, tweak it as we need to, but we probably are going to need to prioritize. If we've only got 8 hours, we may not be able to do all those things. So one obvious question for the council would be, what's your highest priorities and what's your lowest priorities? Or however else you want to address this. Councilmember Boyette?
Well, I vote for number 1 and 3.
So that's public safety, and I think that's a no-brainer, right? We would all nod our heads and say that's, continues to be our top priority, so it should be a top priority at retreat. But then number 3, parks, given with the failure of the park bond, 220 million or whatever deficit in park construction that the master plan said, that one rises to the.
And then we would have access to the chief of police, we would have access to Andy during this for questions and answers. Is that true also?
Yeah, no, whatever subject we put on there, and I won't, to me, for instance, we're not just gonna limit to that one director, but yeah, I'm not gonna make Debbie stay there for conversations that are all focused on public safety.
Everybody wanted to comment. I saw some hands down here, so you guys fight it out amongst yourself, and then Councilmember Kennedy.
A big vote for number 4, because I think that how we grow has a big impact on what we can afford to do with regard to 1 and 3. And I think it's also an area that's in a particular amount of transition in terms of our understanding of how these things work. So I think spending a lot of time in 4 makes a lot of sense.
Just to follow up, would we have more information on the cost of service? Is there enough information to give?
Yes, because recognize you have none, there is a draft there. I haven't seen it yet, but we need to get into it, and we need to be able to share that with you, for that to help inform these conversations, and, yeah.
Okay. Can you? We're down here, Councilmember Owen, and ladies first. Yeah. And then Councilmember Kennedy.
So I definitely agree that 1 and 3 are my top priorities, but I don't disagree with Ed that we need to touch on some land use issues. I don't think the 6th goal adds anything that doesn't fit somewhere else, so I would just bucket those underneath the 5 goals that exist. Okay.
I want to comment
There's
on
different
6.
opinions about that, but that's my opinion. And then I would just say, Chris, I get you trying to be respectful of your director's time, I do. But I think some of the most fruitful conversations, at least at last retreat, came from directors who were not critical to the policy topic. I mean, the Rec to You program came out of the public safety conversation. If Parks hadn't been there for that, we would have really lost some good synergy. So if relationship building and efficacy is important, I don't want to disrespect their time either, but I think, you've got innovative thinkers across the department. I don't agree that the way we build the environment is distinct from public safety. So I would hate to not have Debbie's mind on how we have safer roads and reduce the need for traffic enforcement and all those sorts of things. So I would just, in the staff memo, I see that you kind of are limiting director attendance, and I would encourage you to rethink that.
Okay, Councilmember Nace, Councilmember Kennedy.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to echo what Jennifer said, because of having the directors there the entire time, some of the best conferences I've been at have not been so much during the sessions, has been in the back time when you're talking to the different people and working out different things, and then bringing them back to conversations and topics. So I think that we need to have that. Public safety, number 1, I have no issue with that. I actually am agreeing with Ed on 4. I think that's something that actually goes a lot to what was passed with Tom's initiative about some of the policies we need for the growth policy. This is the, the infill policy. We need to really start attacking some of those policies and having staff there, having some good conversations about how we need to then start developing the city and that. So, and especially now, because we're going to have to develop that plan for a 5-year time frame. So I think that's very, very important for us to focus a lot of time on number 4.
Thank you, Councilmember Kennedy.
Can you scroll up to number 6? The improve the health of Billings for all citizens or whatever. I'm more interested in housing and community development. I think we have a lot of dollars in community development dollars and housing. we have a lot of lots over on the south side that I would like to see that we develop and create some housing in those areas. And that's the piece of 6 that I was looking for.
Is that part of number 4?
Could be 4.
Yeah,
Yep.
so number 4, quality design neighborhoods and business districts, would that, as long as that's understood to be part of number 4?
Sure, if we could have the housing piece up there in number 4. That's the piece that I'm more interested in.
And actually, there is an objective underneath of that. I didn't show you all of them, but one of the objectives that the staff identified is that continuation of the housing.
And the last thing I would ask is, I agree that we'd like to have the staff there interacting with us. If it would work better, we could go all day Friday instead of taking Saturday. I'm just throwing that out, and maybe we could get the staff there all day.
Good, thank you, Councilmember Aspenmeyer.
I agree with everybody in that I appreciate the different perspectives that your staff, who is wildly experienced in this community, offer on a multitude of different arenas. I think that's great. I think that helps us build relationships with staff to understand their perspective on the things even moving years in advance. The only thing that I would say, I'm certainly on the same page with 1, 3, and 4. If we start with 4, we might find ourselves 8 hours in talking about 4 still. I think we need to be at least deliberate about finding some cutoff points as to where we end that conversation, especially if we're going to start with 4, because that one, we'll spend the entirety of Friday, and maybe that's the strategy. We spend the entirety of Friday talking about 4, and then we come back on Saturday and talk about 1 and 3. But trying to put some buffers in there, because we will blow right through that, quite obviously, tonight on timelines.
And I've talked with Chris about that. We'll have some timestamps. That's critical. On number 4, I just want to put in a pitch for a little bit of specific policy goal, which is finding a way to incentivize development in important areas of our town. In particular, what I call our legacy arterials, Broadwater and Central, maybe Main Street and the Heights, places where they're doing okay, but the natural tendency for developers will be to go out farther to virgin clean property where you've got new construction and where new development will fit as part of that new environment. And we don't have anything to incentivize a change from that, because those areas are not in TIF districts. So I think we don't have tools statutorily, unfortunately, with the exception of tax abatements, but maybe we need to have a very strict tax abatement incentive program where people are guaranteed tax abatement if they do a large project within certain parts of our town. So I got way into the weeds on that, but I just want to put a pitch in case I forget it. So, okay, Councilmember Gulick, Owen, Boyette.
Thank you. I agree also having directors, the department heads there is great. And I further say, I want to empower them to feel like they can speak as equals, that they're not, servants or something like that of city council. I want them to speak as equals and feel free to interject at any point and whatnot.
Thank you, Councilmember Owen, and Boyette, Councilmember Joy.
Yeah, could not agree more. And outside their subject area, I mean, they're residents of this community, they care, and I so value those different perspectives. Chris, you had said that you thought we could consume the whole time just bringing council up to speed. Is there a way we can 100% avoid that? Yes. Can you give us read-aheads, presentations ahead of time? Can we minimize the amount of presentations and focus our time on discussion, debate, and decisions?
Yeah.
That'd be great.
Thank you, Councilmember Boyette. Councilmember Joy.
I just wanted Chris to remind everyone where this is going to be held.
So we're going to be where we were last year. So we're going to be next door in the Zoot room, Rock 31. Yeah, I was looking at the airport when, with the logistics, I mean, it would work, the room would work, but the logistics of having food brought there and dealing with other things, frankly, Rock 31 worked well, we thought, parking, all that kind of stuff. So that's our location.
Great.
Yeah.
Councilor Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I know how we can get all of the directors to come and really enjoy it. Foot massages, facials, fingernail painting. I know how we can do it. We can have a spa, and I don't think, a lot of.
That's an excellent idea.
It's an excellent idea. Maybe, just like a little steam room. I really appreciate that these retreats are getting better and better. Oh my gosh, they're getting better and better. So, and I do think that based on brain research, you do have to take breaks, and they don't have to be really, really long. They can actually be like you stand up and you touch your toes and do a couple of jumping jacks, but they do help. So, I think maybe you'll have formal breaks, but if you do little informal ones where you feel like everybody's lagging, it can help a little bit. And it doesn't have to be really disruptive or long.
Great. Chris, would it be possible to generate sort of the next iteration of program based on input from
Yes.
today so we can continue this process? Because we've got 2 or 3 weeks.
Absolutely. So can I emphasize just for you, you can whether you want to give me feedback tonight or afterwards. So one of the things you'll notice here, right, is I really want to avoid, though safety is unequivocally what we are putting almost everything into, we don't want to spend hours rehashing stuff that we've hashed. I mean, that to me is not a good use of time. So I hope people, particularly the audience or anybody who's paying attention, knows we have proven for 5 years, this organization, your predecessor, $7.1 or $2 million more a year is going directly into public safety. And it's going to continue based on the decisions tonight. But I hope that doesn't have to be reflected in how many hours we spend between an 8-hour, 9-hour time together. Because I don't think there's that as much there from a policy conversation. But I want to make sure I'm not off base there. So you see, I identified, what's next for them from those roundtable conversations about prevention, as well as at 6:25 this afternoon or this evening, I got proposals from CPSM, Center for Public Safety Management, on what it looks like to update, our analyses of police and fire. Going to Parks, Recreation, that discussion, I get it. This is not an easy conversation to have, but this whole idea of how we might tackle replacing South Park Pool, there's only a couple of ways to get there. Another vote out to the public for a bond, Park District 1, or not doing what I heard people say earlier, which is the 10 mil gap is going for public safety. So I figure there's some robust policy conversations to have there. So I'm thinking there's gonna be a good chunk there. And then frankly, I've already asked some of you, I was going to, or have asked some of your peers in the council to help work with Wyeth and I to shape how do we make sure that conversation about land use planning is really not just a staff-informed thing, but those of you who work in that space, you're all interested in it, but may help us put that together. So that's where we'll go. We'll move 2 and 5 off, not because they're not important, but this is just where our focus is now. I'm sorry, 6 is gone, 2 from the retreat, other than its interface, and it absolutely has some interface with the built environment, roads do, transportation, and the high performance organization. We won't focus there. Then later at some point, I'll plug the seed now. When do we as a community have a conversation about what our vision is for our community? Those whole nother level conversations, they do, both internally and I think in our community, consistently get set to the side because we got business to get done that we have right in front of us on fire. But I think our community still does struggle, continues to struggle with what I am phrasing is but we have so much potential in Billings, Montana. And at some point, we want to set a vision, accomplish a vision that people in decades from now, and our legacy is, not that people think about the potential we didn't meet, but that the potential we exceeded. So that conversation is not for this retreat, but are we going to someday say, yep, you know what, we're going to put a stake in that conversation. So I'll work on the iterations. Thanks for the feedback. We'll go from there.
Okay, very good. Counselor, we're banging up against 10 o'clock. So there's not any public comment on this item. I'm assuming there's nothing else from council on this item. So anything, Chris, in the way that you want to highlight for us, upcoming agenda items? We have the packet for next week. So.
Yeah, and I think our big policy ones we've been talking about tonight, this, let's not think we're done with the jail conversation or preparing for a retreat. So, and we're working on the budget. Your staff team is all working hard on presenting budgets that show us not just in 1 year increment, but where do we need to go if we're going to deal with other capital needs, facility needs, personnel needs, software needs, midterm. Thank you.
Okay, and just a reminder, you'll need to formally amend the agenda and get that notice to include the short-term holding facility for Monday night.
Correct.
And then we'll try to distribute drafts of a letter to everybody.
Yep.
And I guess what I would suggest is that you guys work on that. Councilmember Owen and I worked on an existing draft, so we're very well along on that. But I don't think we want to close out anybody. If somebody wants to see it, talk to Chris, and we'll lead Chris to decide what goes into his proposal for us. Okay. Anything, you said nothing else in the way of highlights? Okay. Then anything in the way of council discussion, council? Then there's no public comment, so we're adjourned. Appreciate everybody's hard work.